Well, welcome once more to another episode of Doggo Draws. Today we got something a bit different, because I'm actually doing a commission. I wasn't expecting to be doing a commission, but I'm doing a commission for a fellow that has a YouTube account. And again, I'm not really technically open for commissions. I mentioned this before. Just lack of time and stuff, because I'm so busy with streaming that when I do art projects, I usually like just casually work on collab stuff. But this person presented a really great idea, presented it really comprehensively, and was willing to pay a decent price for, well, my time. So this is completely reasonable. So we're going to do a commission, and what we're doing is we're taking this exact pose and of this Charizard, and we are going to be drawing this Charizard, but with a big belly, basically. We're really, it's actually incredibly straightforward. The notes I've received here, I need to. And here's the conditions, which I wrote down. Make belly round, big rounded tot. It's not really fattening, it's more kind of inflation. Lower tail down to the ground to show more of it. Change nothing else about the pose, use all of it otherwise. Use existing colors, keep mostly flat colored. Apply some light shell shading, like the other example image below shows. Give result with both the transparent background and black background. The latter was specifically asked for, but giving the first is always helpful, I figure. Because this is going to be used in sort of a project too, so. It's pretty straightforward, honestly. This is a pretty straightforward commission. But, obviously I don't do a lot of line work, but I'm not bad at it. I'm just not really a big fan of it. I prefer coloring. But, under the circumstances, I'm totally up for doing it, so. Also Charizard, you know, that got me interested, because Charizard. But, yeah, but before we begin, if you like the video, do give it a like, and if you haven't subscribed yet, do consider subscribing. And come by my Twitch if you want, hang out with me. Try to help me get partner. That helps. We also have a pretty cool Discord community that you can check out. A lot of good people there. But, if I held Control and Alt, something appears on the. What does that meter do? I do not know what happens if I hold Control and Alt on Paint Tool's side. This appears. What does this do? Oh, did that change the size of my pen tool? I don't know. I'm not sure what that did. Well, anyways. Brush size? I maybe. Except for the brush size was definitely not like 300 or whatever. The person in commission is probably going to stop by on like a lunch break or something, as far as I understand. But he's probably going to be lurking. He might talk a bit. I don't know. But this is probably a two-stream project because line work is a bit slow for me. But we'll see actually, because Charizard is not really that complicated. And literally speaking, this guy wants this exact pose. So what I'm probably just going to do, I'm probably just going to line across. My pen immediately messed up on me. Good work, pen. Oh god, hold on a second. And my pen is scratching my tablet because it has a sharp edge. God damn it. Let's fix that. You good now? Let's test it. Don't scratch tablet. It's actually kind of a scratch. Maybe I should just replace this. I'm just sorry. This stylus pens are kind of finicky sometimes. You know what stylus pen thing? I'm going to replace you. Where's the tool for that? It's time for a new stylus nub, so it doesn't literally scratch up my tablet. It actually made a bit of a scratch on it. I think it's fine, but I'm kind of annoyed. Actually, let's just see here. Okay, yeah. Verified. Scratch is technically cosmetic, but I do fill it a little bit. That's annoying. That's very annoying. I don't know why this. When I stopped drawing last session, the stylus pen felt fine. I'm not really sure why all of a sudden it's like, oh. Like, oh, this is sharp and bad. Like I said, it creates a slight little bit of a bump now. But not so much that it'll affect my drawing, at least. I'm very annoyed, though. Like, first thing I did was just draw some, like, casual lines and all of a sudden scratch. Alright, so let's see here. The good news is, as I draw across it, I'll probably wear it down so I don't fill it anymore, so it's probably going to be okay, but let me just make sure I... Like, the stylus pen can get a little sharp now and then, doing some very casual scratches, but that was a really bad scratch. I don't know why it did that. Very frustrating. Oh well. Thank you. I think I've done great in this line work. All right, let's just go for it. I don't even know if I'll notice it that often. We'll see. We'll see if I even notice it. I am fretting though. I'm like, God damn it! I've had this tablet for a little while, but it's a good tablet. I've just never made a scratch that deep in it. It has a lot of cosmetic scratches on it, but that's fine. All right. Anyways, let's go ahead and get started. So, yeah, literally I'm being asked to just copy the pose. So what we're going to do is kind of trace over it. Maybe do a bit of my own thing. I'll think about it. Probably trace and then adjust. Start with the part I hate the most, Charizard wings. I don't know, their weird bony shape can be kind of hard to draw. The rest of it's pretty easy though. Can you change the tip? I ground the tip. I fixed the tip so it doesn't... I don't know why it had an extremely sharp edge. It's very unusual. But I used the wood grain of my table to polish it down, so it's fine now. Just wish I had noticed that before. I guess I should always just draw on the table a little bit to make sure it's smoothed out before drawing on the tablet. Just as a precaution. It's not the worst thing in the world, like... Like, at some point, if I just want to get a new style... If I just want to get a new tablet, I could probably do so. They're not exactly cheap, but... I don't know. Like, I could plan around that if I needed to. I'd like to keep this one going for a while longer, though. Fortunately, where I did the scratch is not an area I would normally draw, so... Like, right now, it's really on the extreme side. It's over here. Like I say, like, drawing across it. That doesn't even affect my line. I do notice it tactilely. Like, I can notice it with I can notice the feel of the bump, but it doesn't affect my drawing. So it's more just annoying to me personally, rather than affecting my art. Admittedly, though, unless I'm looking for it, I probably won't notice it that often. Hey, what's up with Charizard wings? They're really weird. So, I guess the one disappointing thing about this picture is that this is basically an inflation picture, kind of, or like a stuffed belly picture. So I'm not allowed to make it fat, which makes me a little bit sad. But hey, it's a commission, so it's not really a problem or anything. No technical issues really caused. As I draw over that area, it will also get worn down a bit. Think of the scratches on a tablet similarly to the scratches on a PlayStation disc. Where it's like, it's better not to have them, but most of the time they don't really do anything to affect the game. Oh, Essler. Just sheeple. That's not that's different. Also, yeah, so as a general disclaimer, for anybody who thinks I'm being lazy, tracing over this Charizard, this is what the guy wanted. He basically wants this exact pose, but drawn a little bit differently. So I'm just gonna copy the pose and then change it. Seems like the easiest way to do it. I'm starting with the wings because I hate wings. The only things he wants changed are the belly and tail, basically. Stop being lazy. I'll make sure to add little touches. Actually, one of the easiest ways to get into art is just, in your own line work, try drawing something. Try drawing around something you like. And then once you've done that, try editing it to make it more unique. Obviously, depending on how it's done, you may not want to say, like, I drew this myself, because it may be... If it's too on the nose, it's kind of plagiarism-ish? What is this word I'm looking for? But my point is, it's okay to practice by working off other people's arts. In this case... Well, honestly, a lot of artists actually work off of other people's poses. I mean, if you're a really cool, talented guy, you can make your own poses from absolutely no references, but... I will say I'm not there yet. I often use, like... Actually, if you go over to DA and you look up, like, X-animal references, you will generally find people that just do, like, these sketch collages, like just a big page of all these anatomical poses for a creature. And they're usually, like, free for use. Like, you can just take them and use them. So, it's a good way to get started, and just a good way to practice. Also a good way you can use that. I mean, oftentimes the artist is like, yeah, just use it for whatever, I don't care. So it's a good way to just, like, okay, I need a pose for this project I'm working on for somebody, and I can't quite get it, so I'll go see if there's any free references I can just use, royalty-free. Again, no shame, right? I think the way I've learned how I learn artwork and stuff, the way I draw, the way I learn new techniques seems to be just by doing it a bit. Like, I can't academically learn, I can't study up, I just gotta do it until it feels natural. So, by my logic, if I do use, you know, free reference poses and stuff, eventually I won't need them. Because by using them, I'll kind of get the feel of those poses, I'll get the feel of then taking those poses and adapting my own poses, you know. Even when you work off others' poses or reference, normally don't trace over. This feels like kind of cheating. Well, I was thinking about moving the picture away in a bit. I just wanted to get an idea for the wings, specifically, because I hate drawing Charizard wings. They're annoying. But if you'd like a self-imposed challenge, I could pull it away. I guess I'm also doing it because the commissioner was... He was very dead set that he wants this exact pose. So I feel like if I free-handed it, maybe I deviate too much from what I wanted. Also, you like the creepy song? Tell you what. I'll keep 2 line folders. Or rather... yeah, actually, let's... I lost the original. No, wait, no, I didn't. It's right here. Thought I lost the original, so... There it is. So, like, if you want a free-handed approach, you feel I'm cheating too much. It's entirely possible. Actually, wait a minute. I just realized I have 2 monitors. There's another way I could pull up a reference now. I did not think about this. This is actually really smart. I'm still used to having 2 monitors for some stuff. Yeah. Let me just look at this to get an idea for the size. Okay. Yeah. Let me. I have a reference off the side now. So, I personally feel unconfident with my line work still, but if you guys would prefer I do it freehand, let's try it. I just want to make sure I don't deviate from the pose. Like, I even suggested to the guy, like, maybe I move Charizard's hands to have him rubbing his belly. He was like, no, I don't want that. I just wanted exactly this pose. Which is fine. I mean, he has a choice. I'm actually curious how much trouble I'll have doing it this way. I'm going to try it. Also, what the fuck size am I? Yeah, that seems about right. Okay. Admittedly, when I am not trying to directly, like, trace over something, I do become a little more lenient with, like, how my lines turn out. Which, to be fair, does allow for more, well, experimentation, I suppose. Now, see, most people would sketch before they line, but I can't do that. I'm not actually very capable of sketch work. To be fair, I could always use line work to sketch, technically, but I'm curious how close I am to the original, like, line I did. Obviously, I have it turned off, so I don't know. There we go. Hi, Hyper, it's fine. I usually like to draw over the existing image to draw a basic sketch. I use pretty thick to use approximation lines to get a fill position for versus shapes. Then remove the original image, just try to work with sketch fade. See, I've done that before, too. I think it's a general rule of thumb that as long as the end result is not plagiaristic, then whatever method you use to get there is generally okay. And hell, if it's just something personal you did for practice, it doesn't really matter in the first place. Out of curiosity. See, I ended up drawing quite a different line, but we'll work off of it. Key, it's not an option. You misunderstand. I legitimately can't sketch. It's not an ability of mine. It is not something I've ever managed to get a handle of. Tons of artists recommend sketching like it's just this easy thing that anybody can do, but it's not. Some people just don't have the knack for, like, going like, oh, I drew a circle and here's a line and now I drew a person. Look, he's He's jogging. Wow. It's like, I don't know. Like, yes, I can kind of create a structure. I just did so there, but like, it doesn't really help me. The thing is, whatever doodly lines I do draw, I'm usually just confused by them. I'm like, well, I drew a bunch of messy lines. What do I do with these? Like, I guess I kind of see, like, a basic shape, but it doesn't really help me. A stickman boogie. That was quite the boogie that I did there, yeah. Anyways, I guess we'll just see how this works as a freehand thing. To be fair, this is more customized, so I don't mind doing it. This is technically a better way to advance my art skills. The question is, did it lower the quality of the commission? Hopefully not. To be fair, I could always redraw this, I guess. Like, I can technically do another Passover if I feel like I need to. But Passovers are generally for churches, not for me. Like, second Passovers. I guess I'm very one and done in a way, like, I want to get my line work. I just want to place the lines and have them work, I suppose. But yeah, drawing without, the truth is, the reason I like doing collabs, and the reason it was unusual that I even took this commission, I hate doing line work. Actually, I got something cool to show you guys. I just remembered. When I'm talking about how I like to use references and then drastically change them, let me show you what I mean, actually. I just realized I have something I could show. Just a minute. I think it's in this folder, right? No. Maybe I moved it to the old... So, the one other time I did a full-on original commission for somebody, where I did all the line work myself, I'll tell you how I did the line work on that, and I can actually show you, because it probably is still in the refs. Oh, yeah, let me just... Hold on a minute. I gotta find it. Should be in, like... Here it is, Legacy Files. And then find Crown's Commission. There it is. Yep, found it. Oh, Jesus, that is a 182 megabyte project file. Holy crap. Let's just see here. I don't think any of these were... Yeah, I actually censored that one. Just in case it was a problem. Okay, just making sure the rest are safe to show on stream, and they are. Oh, Joe, I have that one... Second. I'm actually learning a few things. Where did the original ref go, though? I might have deleted it. Well, anyways, I can show it to you guys. So here's the image I drew a while back. And the way I got to this... See this conspicuous hole here where this is a bunch of free dragon sketches that are on DA. And I took one that was just a standing pose, right? And what I did, I also had a bunch of crown references, and what I ended up doing was I basically, more or less, I free sketched this because it was a lot messier than what I ended up working off of. Again, you can compare. But basically, I ended up more or less mimicking one of the poses, the one I ripped out, that I seem to have removed after I ripped it out. But I ripped it out, I copied it more or less. This is I'm pretty sure this is free trace, not direct trace. And then... Hold on a second. Well, I fattened it, basically. I added my own, like... I started by kind of just tracing the general basic body shape from that sketch. Added my own facial details and stuff, made a few little tweaks. And then adapted it into this big fat thing. Yeah. And then changed the hand position. And basically, I took a framework, copied the framework, then tweaked until it was all original. I can't exactly do that here because the guy wants such a precisely similar picture to the original, but this is my typical process for that sort of thing. Time-consuming is as crap though, I could say. Like it can be anyways, but it was a good method, it worked. It's cheaper to use paper, it depends. Also, hi there guys, Loud and nah. I'm not sure how confident I feel about this freehanding method though right now. Well, it's linework, of course I don't feel confident. I definitely have demonstrated I can do line work, I just don't ever feel comfortable doing it. Always feels like something I'm messing up in some way. At least this part's easy. It is really just pointed angles. Okay. There's gotta be a hand in the way, but... Let's see. I'll worry about that later. See, does that make sense, though? I guess so. Wings are just... I don't know, man. They're weird. Charizard wings, specifically. They don't make a lot of sense, in my opinion. They're always drawn so weirdly. They look like they're cardboard cutouts rather than something with proper depth, like the rest of the character. And the body parts feel like they're afterthoughts in how they are drawn. Compare this to like a good picture of a Wyvern or something, you'll notice a difference in quality, I suppose you could say. So, how close was that? I mean, not terribly off. I do feel as if I drew it too big, though. I guess part of me is just annoyed that key switch that I was cheating, basically. Which kind of was, it's kind of a dirty word for this sort of thing. It kind of made me go like, alright, fine. Thing is though, cheating would be just tracing it and doing no changes. Ultimately. I don't know if this is actually a better way to practice. It kind of feels like I'm unreasonably handicapping myself, at least at my current quality and skill level. I'll be quite blunt. I usually always start with poses, so my initial lines are almost always, like, lifting directly. Like, at the very least, interpreting sketches with direct lifting of kind of what they're doing, but... I don't like that wing bottom. Top of it's fine, but I realize now that the angle's all off when I do the lower parts. Has a bad stigma because people try to trace other people's art without permission to try to have that effect. So, in my opinion, there's a huge difference between going to DA and taking somebody's like personal art project and then just tracing over it, and taking something like from the anime and using it as a basis before making changes. I feel like a random animation cell is totally fine to use. In fact, that's a way I've been able to learn line work in the past. By basically going like, I want to draw this Pokemon, but I want to draw a pose that people haven't done. But also, I'm not really great at drawing poses from scratch. So let me look up what episodes this Pokemon shows up in the anime, and let me watch those episodes, and if I see a really cool pose, I'll pause and I'll try copying it. And then I'll work off of that. I don't know, that's what I do. That's what I've done in the past. It feels comfy and it doesn't, I know it's still technically working off of somebody else's art, but it doesn't feel, I don't know, it doesn't, I'm not lifting, see, a single animation frame is not ever paid attention to that much. It's not something that's generally focused on. And also, fuck ShowPro. And what I mean by that is, ShowPro is the one that handles Japanese distribution of the anime, and they have blocked my videos before. I see the key has a dissenting opinion amongst most of your guys' opinions. Oh, you know what? I need to ask a question. Also, the commission, I actually discussed this with the commissioner. Like, not this particular topic, but what I discussed with them was, I asked him, like, okay, so I'm thinking I'll move his hands down to his belly. I'm thinking I'll, you know, make these changes here and there. And he was like, don't. Let's see exactly what he said. He said, one thing I asked is because I was like, okay, I'm thinking of it's like maybe doing these touches or that touch. And he said, one thing I ask if you can keep in the pose of that photo I sent you, I know you'd like to change it up to bring more life into it, but I like the pose that it's already in, because when I add to my thing I'm working on, it'll make more sense in the long run. And I was like, okay, I'll keep it identical to the pose of the anime shot, with specifically the changes you mentioned in the video you gave me. Sound good? And he's like, yeah. It seems like he was really insistent that he wants it specifically in this pose. He doesn't want variation. Which is why I'm a little, like, nervous doing a freehand approach. I feel like I'm going to freehand it, the lines are going to be a little too different for his liking, and then he's going to be like, I need that redrawn. Basically, he's commissioned me because he absolutely adores this exact pose, but just wants a big belly on it. So under the specific circumstance, how the commissioner wants me to do this, that's another reason I'm, you know, doing it that way. Because I was even recommending, like, things I could change to make it more unique, and he was like, don't. Which is fair. I mean, he's the commissioner. He can decide. But I realized that I hadn't thought about this until we started drawing, so the thing is, he's working, so I don't know what to answer, but I specifically asked him, would he prefer I stay super accurate to the pose by matching the basic line work of the animation cell, or would he rather it have some natural variance by me freehanding it? I'll see what explicit response he gives me when he does. Actually, I just realized something. If I'm unhappy with how I did the wing, I can always freehand draw and then Actually, that's not a bad idea. See, here's the problem with freehanding too with somebody at my skill level. I draw that wing, it's out of proportion. It suddenly becomes out of proportion to everything else. Things don't match up, different parts I draw. That's always a possibility with this sort of situation. But thanks to warp tools, I can always reposition to make things more or less where they should be. As I'm demonstrating. Or attempting to demonstrate, but I think I drew it so different that it's actually hard to do that with, but I don't know. That's a little better, but not great today. Not great today. Well, again, I referenced that fat dragon picture. Admittedly, I would do more edits if it wasn't for the commissioner wanting. Not that much changed. Most people would recreate the pros by redrawing without tracing the reference. Lots of people get in trouble for tracing either way and being art theft, possibly disrespectful of the original creator and their effort. This is why I prefer doing collabs and not messing around with line work. I could do line work if somebody gives me a sketch to work off of. That's fine, but the most uncomfortable thing for me is a blank canvas. I do wish I had thought to ask the commissioner this specific question before we began. I didn't think anybody would have any problems with this. I kind of know what he's doing with it, but I do know that the specificity of what he wants does have a reason. Also, I know a bit, but he's actually asked me not to share what he's using it for. Key. I don't know how to sketch. Let's say I try sketching. The reference I have off this side, right? Let's say I get a sketch folder. I hate this fucking... It actually kind of irritates me, I'm gonna be honest. There's so many artists out there like, just sketch it. Just sketch it. Like, fucking, man, I don't know how. It's not just something that's like, oh, just sketch it. Like, it feels like artists just assume that everybody knows how to sketch. But, fine, I'll sketch it. I'll see if this mess actually does something for me. Like, let's see here. Actually, let me go to a smaller line size. There we go. Makes it easier to see around the sketch. So let's say I want the wings like that. Something like that. Got the head like here. It's probably too big. We got a head. That's too big a snoot, but I'm good at drawing things big. So if I draw, say, not big, it's harder. What do you mean by a trace tool? Also, no. Not really. Clearly, today is the day where everybody picks on Charm. Even my own viewers a little bit. Well, I mean, one of them. Everybody just collectively decide today is the day, like, hey, let's just have problems of everything Charm is doing in his life. Oh no, not you, Blake. Not most of you, honestly. Just I'm using the term superlatively. If that makes any sense. If you weren't here for the drama I discussed before beginning the picture, you wouldn't understand what I'm talking about. But I'm not really referring to the art too much. It's just adding on to it a little bit. Because I'm heckin' frustrated with what happened earlier. Like, the other thing, you know? To be fair, this does look okay, what I'm doing. I guess. How the fuck do wings work? The answer is bigger. So like that, sure. Then... Charizard, what is your arm position? I just realized one of his arms doesn't make sense in its location. Whatever. Animation cells. Okay, judging how good the sketch is one thing, but hold that thought. Actually, first off, please heckin' move up. I need more space. There we go. Hold that thought key. I'll just hold it. There's a reason I asked for that. I'll explain shortly. I'm trying to debate how arms should work. Let's see. But then you guys don't get a stream if I do that, Syria. I see your logic, though, because I'm having a bad day and you're like trying to think about what would help me.
I could win this thing as a solo act, and everybody knows it. Awesome as I wanna be.
That was a surprisingly okay paw. I'm really bad with hands, but... The thing that's confusing me is his arm position is higher than I expected it to be. Charizard has weird arms. They're all like dangly. And short. But like not short at the same time. I don't... It's hard to explain. It's also Sonic Adventure music. Because why not mix it?
Happy Valentine's Day, Cherim. I thought, why not do it on this day?
Oh, thank you, dude.
And well, I see no reason not to. I don't really care what I get, just like to support you.
Aw. Well, thank you, man. Technically, I know he wants to tell, like, lowered. So I guess it makes more sense to go, like... That was too long. So, like... Here's the problem, right? Well, it's an okay sketch. I'm actually a little bit more confident than I expected it would be in some areas, though the neck needs work. What do I do with it? That's the thing. Like, it's not necessarily that my sketches are useless. It's more the fact that once I've done a sketch, well, what is it doing for me? How do I use it further? It's oftentimes a little too to be like something I could now do like confident line work across. That's the thing. It's like, what do I do now? Like, what does this accomplish? Like, it kind of gave me a, like, this looks alright. I'm okay with, like, the general build. I feel like maybe something should be changed about the head. Like, if I were to say. Like, if I were trying to be constructive about it, I'd be like, okay, well, it kind of gave me a good basic shape. I like how I ended up drawing him chunkier with this sketch than the original artwork by just accident. Even though, like, he's wider than he should be. But, what do I do with it? How do I take this sketch and then do something useful with it? To be fair, though, would anybody throw $5 down for, like, sketch commissions? Kind of randomly curious. Or, like, I add, like, more details, but basically just do this. I think this is not worth anything, personally, but I'm just, like, throwing that out there. Someone might. I don't know. This is not the worst sketch I've drawn. I've seen worse for myself. But, again, I don't really know what I'm doing with this. Now that I've done a sketch, it's like, well... I mean, I could, like, do this and just have it casually, like, mostly transparent as I work. To be fair, With the exception of, I don't know what's wrong with the neck. I suppose maybe just make it, like, wider. I don't know, really. Theoretically, you can now go into more detail, make a more detailed sketch of the area, improve it until it looks good. That's... right? It's like I have techniques, but I don't have cohesion. Let me try what you just suggested, Syria. It does do the thing I wanted, I suppose, sort of. It's like, again, the worst thing for me is a blank canvas, right? So I like it when... well, the person I'm working for isn't really available. Okay, the commissioner did respond and say... kind of just like, I guess this part's up to you, basically. Though he did give an okay with freehanding it. You can adjust the portions by selecting and certain parts to look off. Well, I mean, like, technically... the part I have a problem... I actually am okay with everything below this line. Granted, there's not a lot there, but I'm fine with it. Well, I guess I could have... Hey, store. Removing some light collision makes it a little easier to look at what I'm doing. The only problem I really have is the neck. And the fact that I drew the snoot too big, because I like drawing big snoots, unfortunately. Wings might be a little small, but that could probably be fixed by... might be too big. Or like here then. Let's be honest, so Charizard wings couldn't possibly lift a creature of that build. That looks better. Oh, hands. If I'm drawing hands, they always will need more work. Feet? Usually, but... admittedly, Charizard feats are kind of simple, so that shouldn't be... that's less of a problem. I guess it's just... I guess the main problem I have with sketching is it goes against my basic sensibilities, and those being... those basically being, like... essentially... I'm required to draw something inaccurate, just to make something useful, I guess. I hate that. Oh, that actually would fix the other issue here. I was like, this arm isn't long enough, but then if I just dial back with that. Details like the hands is less of a concern, because those are smaller areas to work. The main problem is fucking up the main framework of the body, you know, basically the whole spinal section, which is why the neck is a problem. Like, if you get the core of the body right, then the extremities are a lot... you know, like, you get the basic body shape, then the hands, the ends of things, not as big a deal. Hands are hard, but I actually did good on that one. This one, whatever, I don't know, I'll fix it later. Or I could do it now. I don't... I guess I could just keep cleaning the lines up until I like them more. And then do line work once I feel like it's okay. But that's an option, I suppose. So, like... I do like this thickness I did here. Normally this is more spindly, but I think it looks good that way. So on that note... So, Key, I don't think you're wrong. But I do think your approach was rude. Like, onto the topic and stuff. I'm just gonna be honest with you there. There's much less confrontational ways of addressing. I think you should like do this a different way. Ooh, that's good. You would also usually not delete lines of sketching. Well, that's the other inherent issue with sketching. That's actually a good segue into explaining. The other inherent issue I have with sketching is that having multiple lines confuses the fuck out of me. If I have lines that are literally just lines I need to ignore, like say I draw a ball and I'm like, okay, well I want to smooth it out, so I smooth it out with some extra lines. Now I'm confused. There's too many lines. I don't like it. I gotta clean the outside now. So then I clean the outside like this. Because then it's easier to look at. Does that read my whole sentence? Oh, sorry. You should not delete lines, sketching drill, multiple lines, possibly with even transparent pencil. The complicated areas have more lines. They also look dark to create a natural shadow. Which most time fits since dark areas are harder to draw. Really? I don't quite understand that. My approach was aggressive, leaving you so fairy if they didn't... But I didn't mean to be mean about it, that's how you saw it. Not exactly mean. That's not the impression I got. It's more just, come on, I already have people heckling me about some stuff I don't deserve. This could be put in a less harsh way. Like, I guess, you know, the fact you did it specifically... Key, did you come after or before I explained all the drama I was going through today? Let's just start with that question. .3D effect? Not with my sketch lines. It more looks like a tornado. You were here. Okay, well, that affects me. That affects my response. Because right now I don't want... Like, I get that it was technically a noble goal of I believe in you to do this better, so you should do it better. But right now, I can't handle people being aggressive with me. Not after what I went through. Oh yeah, I did. Again, a little off kilter today. Aggressiveness is something I'm tired of right now, if that makes sense. Which I think it should. You have a whole bunch of people hating on you. You don't really feel like people being aggressive towards you is something you have much tolerance for at that point, basically. Acceptable? Still looks a little off, but... I ain't touching the other hand, I think it's fine. Honestly, this artwork cell is... looking for yourself. It's got... The hand is done so, like, gangly in this, like, lower section. It's a very gangly hand. Do I like beans? Sometimes. I guess, Key, what I'm trying to address is you need to read the atmosphere. If I just got done talking about how I got heckled a whole bunch, maybe the best thing to do is not heckle me yourself. Even if it's for a different situation, a different circumstance, and a different reason, it's still kind of the same sort of vibe. Also, I'll tell you right off the bat, too, like, aside from that situation, people who are aggressive with me about how I can do better will generally see me lose motivation if they take that approach. It generally hurts my self-esteem and stops me from working, stops me from being more creative, basically. It's nice to have people believe in you, but if they do it too aggressively, it can lead to bad results, I feel. So what the fuck am I changing here? I mean, no, that's fine, I guess. You know, wait. Hold on. Better. I don't know, he was just... This kind of occurred to me, like, you're leading it, and why are you leading? It's like slightly tipping over. Also, dragon necks are kind of annoying sometimes. They're like all long and weird. Oh. Also, if it seemed like I was rambling about the topic, I noticed it's mostly because Key's not really responding, so I'm just kind of continuing. I guess I'm trying to wait for a response, I suppose. Thank you for apologizing, Ducky, like, for the... I'm glad you believe in me. Which is more than I could say for myself when it comes to line work. It just makes me uncomfortable when I do it. But I still took this commission because I desire to grow in it. Like, I do want to get better at it. I just wish it didn't make me feel so gosh darn uncomfortable all the time. Horns are stupid, hold on. I mean... Again, I know the traditional method of sketching would be, instead of cleaning up your sketch lines... This is still a sketch, by the way. I'm going to not actually use any of this line work, but I know the normal strategy is to just draw on top of existing lines, but... I don't know, man. It's just going to get really messy if I do that in it will distract me, so I have to, like... I have to erase, or I'm going to be in trouble. Oh, that's not bad. I think I'll take that. I realize if I do the top of the head, then maybe I can figure out the rest of the head shape. Because the shape needs to be working. It's like, it's fine to about here. But then, like, it needs to... I don't know, actually. There's a few answers to that question. It needs to curve in a bit more. Go down a bit straighter. Actually, I'm gonna take back what I'm saying, because, like, I just realized what I'm doing is I'm trying to make it more like this animation cell, but to be fair, I kind of like it being a thicker snout, so I think instead what I'm going to do is just clean up the snout shape, not delete it entirely. So let's, like, let's cut it back on this side. I think I just realized, like, sketching is annoying to me because I know I'm going to not be using any of the lines I'm doing. So part of me says to myself, this feels like a waste of time. It's not really a waste of time, but it's just like, I can't use this though. It's just going to be thrown out. That's fine, I suppose. It's necessary. It's important to try to have fun while drawing. Yeah. Well, that's the hard part of... I don't like line work. It's not very fun. I've never found line work fun. Surmountable? Yeah. Fun? Not really. Oh, okay. That's better, I like that. I don't know, my joy with art is like getting those colors down, shading, background work. That's so much more interesting than this monochrome mess that line work is. I guess I'm all about the pretty colors or something. But you gotta have one to have the other, you know? So why my solution is usually I want to do collabs, because then I can do the part I like. Colored lines? I mean, those are fun, actually. They do add a nice little bit of flair. I don't know if that would annoy the commissioner, though. Also, Snoot. Yeah, I mean... I don't know, feels fine. What do I not like about this face right now? I guess the only thing is maybe I should. Maybe I should add a little bit more. Yeah. Let's add a bit more of a dent here. Let's try to put it in words, but I guess dent's the best I could say. Faces are weird sometimes. At least from this angle. This is a weird angle in general. It does look better that way, at least. I basically need to ask myself, is this something I'm willing to line? That's what I basically do with this sketch work. I mean... I guess? I still feel like there's something off about the face, but it might be one of those acceptable losses situations. Admittedly, though, I think the neck's okay. More okay than I originally thought. Oh, actually, wait. No switch line. Just line. Yeah, well, maybe a little lower. Lower. Yeah! This head size seems fine. I could adjust it a bit. I wonder if that would make it look worse or better if I made it bigger. Starter heads are not huge. I'll put it that way. They're not small, but they're not huge. Let me try Actually, that does feel more in proportion if I readjust it. A little bit more that way. I guess that's fine. And the one thing about throwing away these lines that is a good thing is I can the thing about transforming and changing the shape of something, it ruins the line work. But I suppose if I'm going to be throwing away that particular line work anyways, it's kind of penalty free at that point. Hi, Point. Just me trying to figure out what I want to do. I do feel like that bigger head size works well, though. And just, I guess, curve it down. I don't feel like I'm doing badly. All right. Oh! No. But, I mean, yes, but... Hold on. A realization. Does that look better or worse? Actually, wait. Curve it in more and then do that. That's it. I think a little line dynamicism will help here. Like that. I guess? Long necks are weird. Let me try it the other way, actually. Like, if I start from... Yeah. Yeah, I guess. I mean, it helps. Alright, anyways. Actually, now that I think about it. I know this line I'm doing. Oh, that. Oh, actually, wait, that looks better for some reason. Right. You know, considering how hastily I did the wings, I'm actually kind of okay with them. Maybe just make them go downwards more. Like, their vertical height isn't good enough, but their horizontal's fine. And, quite honestly, these weird wibbly-wobbly wings do not... Oh, that was alliteration. I don't really care if they're perfect, because they're weird wibbly-wobbly wings and you can't even tell. Actually, wait. Let me do this section first. But, like, theoretically speaking, the wingspan should go to about the middle of the belly, so if I were to... I don't know... stretch it down... like that? Yeah, that's pretty good. There's no problem of expanding the wingspan. That's usually fine. The bigger the wings I give him, the more it makes sense for his body to actually have wings of that size. So it's even okay if I make him bigger than normal. I think the commissioner is totally fine with me, like, doing my own build, as long as I'm not making him like absolutely tubby, aside from belly, and as long as I'm not removing the original pose, which I haven't. Oh, hey, cool. It's that song that's basically if Amaterasu from Akame had a Mega Man stage. Actually, wait. this wingspan needs to go up there, so let's try... No, this doesn't work. It really does sound like a Mega Man song to me, though. This one. Amaterasu, shush. Amy! What weapon would you get from Abby? If it was a Mega Man stage. I guess the flaming something. That I forgot the name of. Why do I... What did I just do? I created a floating point. Can we, That was weird. That's not what I meant to do at all. Okay, there. Fixed it. Actually, no, I didn't. What the... What did I... Why are there two lines? Hold on a minute. I don't know when I cloned a line, but I sort of cloned a line. Let me just re-highlight it. Reflector? Oh yeah, that's true. Forgot about that. Should be the ink brush, technically. That would be the most iconic, I'd say, of abilities that you could learn from it. Alright. Again, when I'm cleaning up the sketch lines, it's only because if I don't, it'll confuse me. I'm trying to leave messes alone if they're not messes that are in my way. But sometimes they just... I can't help it. They're annoying. Those wings look proportionally okay. Left one might be a little too long. I'll dial it up a bit. Hi there, Flare. Yeah, just a little bit. That should be fine. The first link should go further. There we go. Wing. Actually, wait. Much as I hate to admit it, I think I have to collide this with a paw, which is just kind of annoying, but... Such is life. There we go. Better. Okay. I guess the legs are fine. Why don't we do that line? Charizard's a good fire boy. I said legs, not feet. Legs need to be reworked, but I'm just thinking. Actually, let's get some more powerful, like, pow. Like, there. That's a better foot, I think. See, like, trying to make him not look flat-footed is the tricky part. God, I hate claws. Specifically claws. Toes are just easier. Can't tell you why. The way they mesh is easier to figure out. Then you get into claws, and claws are just being dicks. Especially like Charizard claws, because it's just weird shaped. Yeah, I saw the reference. It's off to the side. You guys can't see it, but I am working off of it. Sort of. Let's see. This is fine, by the way. I just need to, like... I don't like how the reference does it. Let me put it that way. This is basically how the reference does it. I just don't like it. The top of the foot doesn't have enough depth in this animation cell. It's pretty simply drawn, is what I mean. Typically what we probably would want is like this. We probably wanted to start off that way, but then like kind of curve itself and then meet up like this. Actually, yeah, I like that. So that's not how the animation cell does it, but it's a little closer to what I want. Like there's actual like form that when I do it that way. Probably could. Actually, I think I know what I need to do. Close. See, that's pretty acceptable, honestly. For reference, look how flat it is here. Exceptionally flat-footed. Just don't really like it that way. The only problem with the foot is that now its size is a little off, but we can work with that. I actually don't mind the size of the foot. The problem is the leg connecting to it needs to be bigger. So like, best way to do that is actually really simple. Oh. Well, close, but... Let's see, which would go over which in this situation? Yeah, that probably makes more sense. I hope he doesn't mind that I am chonking him a bit. The commissioner, that is. But that's a solid leg and it matches the foot size. I'm okay with that. I still don't like that. Oh, I see the problem. I was like, oh, I know what the problem is with this claw. Size. Also. Honestly, the claws are the toes, so there shouldn't be lines between the claws. That's just how Charizard works. I mean, did the commissioner want the belly to be inflated / bigger? Yeah, that's last step. We'll worry about that last. I'm doing everything around the belly, and then I'll worry about the belly. Actually, let's go ahead and... Sonic Heroes? Oh, crazy. I actually pretty much copied the amount of detail on this paw here is pretty much copied from the animation cell. But ooh. I'm gonna add a bit more detail apparently. Does that make logical sense? I'm just trying to add some... If I add some lines here, I think the paw will look better. Yeah, sure, why not? Let's just say that looks good. Unless it doesn't, but I think it does. Right? I'm trying to decide if I like that. I have not played Pumpkin. Yeah, I think it looks fun. Do the same thing over here. So, that's sort of like palm scrunch, I guess. Listen, I don't really know what I'm doing, I'm just doing it. Palm scrunch should line up with the thumb. Kind of line up with the thumb back line, so like, in this case. It would line up with this line, right? So you want to do kind of a curve towards that, and kind of that.
Tornado's carrying a car.
It probably doesn't have to be perfect. Also, that tornado is carrying a car. Just to let you know. It's one of those things where some lines add depth even if they don't make complete sense, so... Oh. Sweet. Okay. Yeah, looks better. It's actually, the problem is not the lines, the problem is, like, where does it sit best, you know? That looks a bit better there. I'll take it. Alright, let's, turn the line there, we get. Yeah, whatever. I think the eye position is alright, but maybe I could move this one over than all that. Probably should be over there more. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, that looks less awkward. Okay. He's an angry boy. Next thing we're gonna adjust is... Fortunately, the further along I get, the more I get into the adjustment phase, the better off we are. I kind of want to clean up the... Do I, though? Yeah. I could do it during the line phase. The wings are a little wonky still, but... I think I'll clean them up during the line phase. Because they're less important. The bottoms of them were actually more important than the tops, but their basic shape is fine, so... Just trying something. I want to see if that looks worse or better. I'll stay with the original. Looks more natural. Well... Yeah, the original looked better. Okay. Okay, so let's move down to the other leg. And just sort of... I'll show you. Which goes for which? Drumstick take precedence of the... Try to... These are seemingly minor but kind of important questions. Actually, wait, it doesn't matter. Because we're going to be bloom-feeding the belly out this way, so... I'll worry about that later. We'll draw that line again, why not for now? And... Too much. Good. Need to both belly drag it and also just kind of... Wait, Hyperdog did Elysian Tell? I didn't actually know that. Fair enough. Yeah, this is a... this is from Cosmic Star Heroine. It's a pretty good game. Let me share some of its music. I want to find the battle song. Where is it? There it is. It's a good theme. This is like the main battle theme. Kind of sounds like a Mega Man X stage. You know what? I'm doing this hotel over. Hey, bud. That's probably good. I like this song quite a bit. It's fun. It's slick. It's good. I played a bit of... I actually have the game. It's Cosmic Star Heroine. It's... I didn't play it all the way through, but I did enjoy it. Alright, so... let's see. I'm just going to redo the leg, actually. At this point, I think I have enough structure that I can just kind of figure out where I want it. Let's see. It's worth noting that a lot of this hip won't even be showing at the end because of the belly, but it's still, at least for me, worth establishing the structure in advance so that when I do hide it behind things, I know it's hiding in the right spot, if that makes any sense. Because the way things that are visibly connecting, still, you still got to consider invisible connections, basically. Otherwise, things can look off. I have a huge database of mentally stored database of like art techniques, right? I just don't always know how to practice them. I know things, but practicing them is a separate thing. There we go. Actually, wait. Okay, definitely... That leg's a little too far from the body, but I'll worry about that in a minute. I gave him quite the squat. Also, it just occurred to me. These boyos here. Need to be more flat. I'll do. That actually is a lot better. Alright. Need to refix the top of the foot since I did that, but... thanks, Key. Talk to you later. I think I understand why the top of the foot was so flat now. But however, I still want to do my thing. So I will. See, it's still not quite... Still too flat on top. We're getting there, but... Oh, here we go. Well, damn it. Is this what I have to accept? I don't like it. It's not chubby enough. Maybe if I... Like, flatness seems kind of required in this situation. I don't like that. Oh well. Because anytime I try to hike it up, it looks weird. Well, I say that, but that looks pretty okay. Definitely is an improvement. Oh, thank you, Rayquaza. That's nice of you to do that. I don't think a line makes sense there. Well... I guess so. I really liked it better when it was like that, though, for some reason. That's more accurate, though. Nah, it just is more accurate, so... We'll save it. I'll basically do the same thing on the other foot. Ugh. Appropriate enough song. This is Leon's Charizard. I know. Same game, though. I was just like, oh, this is the same generation that this original animation cell I'm trying to work with is from, technically. As far as I know, this is still Leon's Charizard, too. Is that acceptable? No. God, doing the foot such that it's... Apparently, I'm really good at doing sort of an angle to the feet. Like, this right here seems to be what I'm good at doing. And that's an acceptable foot style, but not for this position. Since we're kind of straight on. Why is school such bullshit? Generally speaking, because public schools are more concerned about... because in America, public schools do not receive enough funding, thus oftentimes funding is put towards people in high positions that don't really deserve it, or get too large amount of money. In the case of private institutions like their colleges or university, they're more focused on making money than they are about teaching their students. Hence why things like a crappily bound textbook is like $200 to rent. You probably didn't mean the question in this regard, but I got a lot of hot takes when it comes to school stuff. Not to mention in university stuff, you got tons of teachers that are just there to seemingly stroke their own ego and less to teach. Like, I know a lot of things, and I'm going to teach you because I'm such a great guy, sort of attitude. Master's project stuff to work on? Oof, sorry. Actually, wait, those look pretty good. This actually changes the belly a little bit. Oh, this sure looped a while, didn't it? No, that's, not that that's a bad thing, just... Is that a good foot? I mean, maybe it's too long. Also, I cut it... Oh, right, I get it now. It's okay, I can solve both of these problems pretty quickly. That's better. One of your college textbooks cost me $550. Oh man, dude. You even exist. It's not just the school that's ripping people off when it comes to college universities. If you've ever been to a college town, you know that everything around there is more expensive. Housing, food, everything. Because it's not just the school, the whole community, the whole town gets in the whole, oh, we have students living here, we can overcharge them attitude. And it's scummy as shit, because that's your future generation. Stop taking advantage of it. That appears to be a leg. I like the right. I don't know why, but this leg looks way better. The chonk, the heft, it's perfect. It's a shame I'm going to be covering up some of it with the belly, but at least not as much as the other leg. $1 per page? Well, who the fuck charges by page? That's like something you would do if you're like printing stuff at a public library. Like, okay, well, it's, you know, it's 50 cents a page you print. Like, I'll say the more I refine the sketch, the more I realize that it's going to be pretty quick to turn into line work. I think I will refine the wings just for that reason, actually. Or I got the bottom part refined how I like it. I might as well refine the top part. So the problem with the leg, it's very simple, actually. The issue with the leg is very simple. Well, two issues. Issue 1. Man, I just realized, I think I'm actually depressed. Like, what I just... It's the one thing, man. What happened earlier is the one thing that really, like, gets me down. When people start attacking my character in, like, unreasonable ways. Hi, Flair. No, usually I do the same, but I guess I'm sketching since I need to. Kind of. It helps you get better. Oh, I see the problem with the other... It's actually really... It's staring me in the face, the issue of the other hip. It's quite simple, in fact. The simple fact is, I didn't do this. Curve, smooth line, and then... down. I did that too weird. Oh, hold on. It's a little down part at the end. Leg's still too far away from the body, but I'll fix that. Yeah, like that. See how that looks. Yeah, and I'll just push the leg in so it doesn't look so weird. I missed what actually happened. I'm sorry it happened regardless. I could summarize it for you guys. So I guess this would be the first time. Since this is now part of the YouTube video, I guess the YouTube video will now know as well. Which is fine. Basically, I've discussed before with you guys that I believe that if somebody is enjoying a fictional interest and it's not affecting people in real life, and it's not hurting anybody, then there's no problem with it. I'm part of a Roblox community called Resurgence. It's a game that's being worked on. And, basically, some people figured out I'm into fetishes, and then one in particular caught people's attention, as it always does. There's a particular polarizing fetish. Most people will generally agree, especially those into the furry fandom, that if you're into an interest, it doesn't mean, if you like artwork or whatever, that doesn't mean you're into it in real life. For instance, vorophiles probably don't want to eat small animals in real life, you know. But there is one particular thing that people always go, oh, if you like that in fiction, that mean you're doing that in real life too. There's always that one thing. And some of you were here and heard me earlier, but I'm sure some of you that even weren't probably already know what I'm talking about. But basically, I do like some, like, youthful artwork, right? And I keep it in appropriate places. There's particular websites for it and stuff. And, well, I don't know. Some people found out, not that I'm hiding it again, but I'm also not putting it in places it doesn't belong. Some people found out, and now now there's some people waiting to get me removed from the Resurgence team. And, just say I'm a terrible person, basically. Oh, but, you know, I've had years to think about it. Like, my interests in different things. Not just that, I have all sorts of weird interests. I'm 32, dudes. I've had time to collect a lot of interests, and some of them are more polarizing for people than others, but one thing I'm always assured with myself is that no matter what I like, I only ever enjoy it in a way that doesn't harm other people. And I only share with those that are interested in it. So, kind of sucks. But that one topic, that topic always leads people in saying, oh, they like that artwork of that thing. They must be a P-word. And that is an unfortunate thing that, again, most people agree that if you're into some sort of fictional interest, you have an interest in some weird art or whatever, that might make you weird, but it's not saying that you like that stuff in real life. Nobody ever says that about anything, except for this one topic. This one thing where people always go, well, that must mean he's into it in real life. And I don't understand why people are constantly so hypocritical with this topic. Where they think, oh no, all my weird art interests or whatever I'm into, those are fine because I'm not into them in real life, obviously not. But if that person's into that fictional interest, that must mean they're a really screwed up person. And listen, can they be? Can somebody into that stuff in art do it? Have a bad viewpoint on that in real life? Oh, certainly, that's certainly possible. But I'm not saying that's the norm. It ain't, especially ain't for me. And the sad truth is, even me saying this on a public YouTube video, I'm not scared to say it. But I almost undoubtedly assure you that I just crashed somebody's world down by mentioning that I'm into something that is polarizing. And that's a sad truth. Thing is, though, that doesn't define me as a person. It's just an interest. And if you don't like it, even if you hate it, that's fine. Like, seriously, that's actually fine. It's honestly understandable if it bothers you and if you don't like it. All I'm saying is, don't judge my character based off of one interest. The quote from Daryl Davis sticks with me a lot. How can you hate me when you don't even know me, said Blood. The sad truth is that if somebody sees something that they consider extreme, or that they view in an extreme way, that somebody likes, or somebody is interested in, into, whatever, that makes those people, I think, freak out. It makes them think, well, if they're into something so extreme, at least to my viewpoint, as this, then I understand this person. They think to themselves, now I know who this person is, I know what they're about. What did I got? I literally... Thankfully, the head of the Resurgence Projects, Tryson, really nice fella. And he shared some stuff that was going on, right? So I got some logs of stuff by what some people were saying. One person was just scared. And I'm not angry at this person. This one person's just scared of me right now. And I feel really bad to hear that that is their reaction, but I'm not angry at them. And I'll probably give them a poke. They actually, apparently I received their DM information. So I'll give them a poke later and basically show, look, I don't bite. I'm not as scary as it sounds just because I have a weird interest. But there's unfortunately another group of people discussing this, and they said this. Apparently there was a group talking somewhere, and Tristan found this information for me. They said this. If possible, can someone find a way to get Charm off that fucking dev team? I'm already cautious about the game's release due to Charm's involvement. Is his FA. But if it goes down that route, I'm dropping it for sure. Also, I really hope Charm has little to no involvement in its development, because, he's a creep. People are so fast to judge the moment they learn something that they dislike about a person. And again, if you dislike that I like something, okay, I guess that's fine. But you should still allow the attitude one should always have is to each their own. If there isn't harm actually being done by an individual, then let them enjoy what they enjoy. And, I guess I can't provide complete proof that I don't have this interest in real life, but I can attest that I don't. I have studied my heart on the subject matter, because I very truly believe that P-word people are taking advantage of kids and hurting people and screwing up people's ability to develop and grow. It's wrong, and I hate it. Despite the fact that I may like something barely similar in fiction. I say barely similar because fiction is a different medium, a different environment that we can enjoy in ways that don't have repercussions like they would in real life. There's people that enjoy some really violent shit in fiction, and oftentimes we don't judge that. People that like watching slasher flicks, for instance. Is that screwed up? That you want to go watch a horror movie where a bunch of blood shooting everywhere? No, because it's fiction. Fiction should not be judged the same way as reality. It never should. It doesn't make you a fucking psychopath to like a horror movie, just like it doesn't make you a psychopath to have a weird art interest. Unfortunately, when people see this one particular... This particular subject matter has ruined so much lately, though. Because, like, legitimate issues have occurred, and I think AGDQ, right? I think there was some big controversies involving, again, P-word people. I think speedrunning community was, like, divided for a while because shit came out that people were doing that. And that's horrible. I am completely against that. I think those of you that know me well enough know that I am not a terrible person. I'm dumb sometimes. I make mistakes. Everybody does. And I certainly have my share of mistakes that I make, but I don't have that sort of mentality. I don't have that sort of blackness in my heart to do such a thing. The music got really fitting the mood. Yeah, that's why I just let it loop, actually. But yeah, so there you go. I mean, all I say is that if my admitting of my fictional interests bothers you, just know that the only reason I'm even bringing it up is the fact that people are bringing it up. People are... The sad thing is, I keep these things to appropriate channels, appropriate places online, with people that it is appropriate for. But when haters want to dredge it up and talk about it elsewhere, I used this analogy earlier. I'm going to use it again. It's like if you have a youth pastor for like a Christian youth group, and he's a really awesome guy. He does a great job, helps those kids learn things, and just gives them some great activities to do. And it's just a really wholesome experience for everyone, and it's just a really good thing. But then imagine if somebody broke into the youth pastor's house and found out, oh no, he actually has a porn magazine or something in his like house where he keeps it, keeps it in his bedroom away from, the public and stuff. Imagine suddenly condemning that person and going, oh, he can't be a youth pastor. He has sexual interests outside of that environment. Terrible. I'm just like, what? I think our culture is way too scared of just sexual conversation. The idea that adults, like, literally speaking, it's a biological function. Why are people so fucking scared of it? It can be used appropriately and it can be enjoyed appropriately in the appropriate situations. If it's inappropriate, then yeah, fuck that. It's everybody's responsibility to be responsible with it, but it's just, But this whole culture fear of a biological function is exactly why we have people accusing others of P-word. And I actually think it's really sick of people to accuse people of that. And to judge people like, oh, you have a fictional interest, you must have it in real life. Because it's like, do they not even realize it actually makes the whole matter more muddy? It makes it harder to find the people that actually are doing the wrong things if you're accusing everybody of it. If you actually care about that issue, then you'll think critically and stop yourself before making an accusation. Because if you add an accusation that's not well thought out to the conversation, all you're doing is dealing with that situation in the correct way when it actually comes up. It's the boy who cried wolf situation. If anybody doesn't know that old fairy tale, it's basically, there was a boy who was tending to sheep, I think, and he was told to like blow a whistle and yell for help if he saw a wolf. And he was like, and he thought, oh, I have a lot of power here. I'm gonna be funny and I'm gonna be a dick about it. I'm gonna call out for a wolf. The whole town comes out. He calls out wolf. Whole town comes out like, okay, let's take out the wolf, and he's like, haha, I fooled you guys. And then they're upset at him. They go back. And then later he's like, I should do that again. And he calls wolf! And the public comes back out. And they're like, alright, let's take out the wolf. And he's like, I got you guys again. And they're really pissed off now. And they're like, okay, you know what? He's doing this. He's just joking around. Then later, the boy actually sees a wolf, and the wolf starts going after the sheep. And he's like, oh shit, wolf, wolf! And nobody comes out. Because you know what he just did? He fucking desensitized everyone to the idea of it actually being a real thing. And there you go. The sheep got eaten and he gets fucked. It's just like, the situation's fucked up at that point. Because if you treat a situation lightly that shouldn't be treated lightly, then when it actually comes time to treat the situation with weight, nobody knows how to do it right, and nobody believes it's happening. And it's just like, this is why this stuff should be treated with weight. And that's not what people are doing when they make random accusations. But yeah. That's an interesting story, Blood. I think I heard about this guy. And also, seriously, the balls of that man. To do that, you know? Just to be... Being puzzled about why a group hates, that's actually very similar to how I operate a lot of times. If I see a bunch of people hating and being jerks or whatever, I oftentimes just want to, like, know why. So I totally understand that approach. However, man, he had some courage doing that. But yeah, so... yeah, that's how I feel. So basically, I think the true sick individuals are the people who call out the P word on people just because they hate somebody or just because they saw one little thing and they're like, oh, I can lead this to a giant conclusion that I'm just making up on the spot, but it's got to be right, and if it's not right, I should make it anyways because better safe than sorry. And those people are crying wolf. And it's exceptionally damaging to the entire topic. Never mind the fact that I'm getting attacked. More importantly is how this affects society in general, and how society reacts to this in general. I'm just one person. And I'm reminded of, like, on the subject of, like, attacking content creators and stuff, I'm reminded of Pro Jared, who was accused of a lot of shit. If you don't know what happened, basically, and he was accused of some really bad stuff. Again, involved, like having, like sexting with underage people. That's what I think that was the main accusation. And so it turns out that Pro Jared, he actually did, like sexed with some of his adult fans. I guess he was kind of casual, like, yeah, okay, we can do like some, you know, sort of played around or whatever in text or whatever. And, you know, fair enough, if he was doing it with responsible adults and in private, I don't see an issue. Kind of surprising to hear him do that, but at the same time, I'm not against it, right? So anyways, but what he was accused of turned out to be false. He proved it false. He basically stepped out for a while, wasn't on YouTube for a while, but he came back, gave a bunch of information, and the people accusing him and the quote-unquote underage person that was accusing him just... After all this evidence was put out by Pro Jared very calmly, that person just shut the fuck up because they had lied, and it was very obvious they had lied. So that person just kind of ducked out from the internet at that point. It is actually kind of like, I was happy because I was like, I like Pro Jared. This is a shame this happened, but I'd like to hear his side. And then he eventually came out of his side. I'm like, oh, okay. And it's like, wow, okay. So people were just being manipulative and trying to get his name solid. Got it. Pyrocynical semi-recently had a situation. I think I don't know much about Pyro, but those people more or less disappear when they're called out. Yeah, because they're fucking cowards. I think people see the problem is that since the subject matter, the P-word subject matter, is such a sensitive one, there's a lot of trolls that got in their head like, oh, if I accuse somebody of being that, If I accuse somebody of being that, then I can easily get a bunch of support and people will like me. And I can also create a bunch of, like, hate. Like, basically, like, really pathetic people have realized, oh, I can hate somebody and get a bunch of support for hating that person if I just call them the P word. So that's what some assholes... Seriously, I would call those people sick. I would call those people literally sick to go, I'm going to take a sensitive topic and use it just so I can hate on somebody. Those people are sick as pedos. In my opinion, anyways. Hot button topic there, but... Oh no, I said the word. Now I'll be demonetized. Whatever. It's really hard to self-censor all the time. Especially when I'm a very open person. I mean, I guess I could edit the video and put a quack sound over it, but that would take a while. Actually, let me do a thing. This is the smiley face of if I want to edit the video, I look for this picture. Put the chibi charm sound over it. Maybe. So, Creature, you got caught in a big pile of bullshit because I defended a friend artist when he was getting called that thing because his character looks vaguely youthful and that was named something particular. Despite the fact they have literally no sexual content in their life, let alone their work. Wow. Yeah, I know some people with youthful characters. I know some, I actually know some Japanese people that have characters that... I mean, that's kind of a traditional thing with, like, what's the term for a Japanese furry? A lot of cute characters, though, amongst them. It's not even an old they look like a child. Oh, well. So it's an even stupider argument, then. Also, sorry I got a little distracted from art there, but it's fine. Yeah, I think we need to, instead of like getting into a panic whenever somebody's called the P word, I think we need to start like critically looking at the people calling this stuff out in the first place. Because a lot of times I think it's either... Like, obviously the matter should be handled seriously, but... If it turns out that's not true... Then it shouldn't just be, oh, okay, I guess that person's fine, and just leave it alone. No! You should then go after the people who have made the accusations in the first place. They should be held accountable. Something I don't see happen very often. You don't start shit and then get just to duck out, you fucking asshole. Get over here, you're getting fucking judged too. Fucking get Scorpion. Pull him over. If you can't take the heat, don't start a fire. Yes, I am legitimately hostile with these types of people. You don't see me generally get hostile like this, but yeah. Also, it doesn't exactly help that I've been called shitty things today. Behind my back, of course. That's the other thing, by the way. You think these people ever approach the person they're having these concerns about? No. They always talk behind their back. Because, you know, talking directly to a person, that's being constructive. You don't want to do that. No, it's better to just talk about them behind their back to a bunch of people that listen to you and agree. You're not actually trying to solve an issue, idiot. You're just trying to make a fuss. Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe you're scared that if you talk to me, we'll reach a... I'll have a critical argument for you, and then your theory will... Then what you're trying to defend will fall apart. Maybe that's the reason they don't talk to me. I don't know. Oh, sorry, is your argument too flimsy? Is that why you're just talking to a bunch of people that agree with you? Okay. Oh, no, because they're cowards. Exactly. There's something I hate quite as much as somebody who both hurts somebody and is a coward. That's actually why I got so... Like, the word, one of the example of that, thievery. The idea of, like, stealing something from somebody when they're not knowing that you're stealing it. See that quite a bit. Always thought to myself, you know, at least mug me to my face, you know? I've had stuff stolen from me. But yeah, we need, as a society, we need to think more critically about this topic. It's a very serious matter, and it should be dealt with properly if it turns out that somebody is indeed P-wording. But if somebody isn't, then the people who started the whole rumor in the first place need to be held accountable. Hard to do on the internet, I know, but it's still possible. But if everybody started thinking more critically, these people inciting riots and stuff with this subject matter wouldn't have any power at that point. That's the thing. That's what I really hope for the future. That... Do you remember how in the past it was bad to be gay? And, like, it's a different topic, mind you, because being gay is fine and being P-word is not. But I will relate it in this regard. There was a time where people use that word to create a flurry of excitement and anger. So it's not like this is the first time people have used a word to attack others. It's just that this is actually a particularly bad situation. Because this is definitely a bad thing that's being used. When people were vilifying gay, they were wrong to even vilify it. The thing is, the sad truth is that vilifying P-word is actually quite appropriate. It should be vilified. However, you still need to think critically about it. Sarah, the stream chat? Oh, Dad's criminal records of the law enforcement women's rights. Believe my mother's accusations. No evidence, as far as I can tell. There are no repercussions for her. I am sorry to hear that, man. I really am. That's what's called bias. I recently had a YouTube comment. Some of you know because I've been sharing it in my Discord. Recently had a YouTube comment that basically was like, what was it again? Commissioner had a comment. Yeah, the YouTube comment in question, which a lot of people reacted to, honestly, it was pretty shit. I received the comment. If I can find it. There it is. It's a shame that you used to be straight back then, referring to an older video or something. But now the internet has ruined you. So apparently gay haters are still sticking around. I've been getting a lot of mean comments lately, I just realized. Like, now there's these accusations going... I don't know what's going to happen, by the way, with the resurgence community and stuff. I'm not sure how many people are talking behind my back. So I gotta commend Tryson for keeping me up to date, because he's, like, finding out more information. He's the chill dude that everybody talks to, so it's like... He can actually find out more, which is good. But it looks like, I told him straight out, like, if he thinks that this drama's getting ridiculous, and he'd like me to leave the project, I would leave for him, but I wouldn't leave for anyone else. I wouldn't even leave because I'm guilty. I'd leave just to stop everyone else on the team from having to deal with it. I'd leave so the peace returns. Not because I'm wrong. Because I'm not wrong. I have an interest if people are getting in my business about it. When it's not appropriate to. But, I feel bad for the rest of the team on that subject. Because they're gonna, you know, they have to deal with it too. And that's like, not their fucking... It sucks for them, you know? I wish they didn't have to deal with it. The fuck is that kind of comment? The sort of comments I get all the time. Bitch, the internet didn't ruin me. Maybe better than you'll ever be. Maybe better than you'll ever be. That's a good comment, Preacher. And I agree. Insert corny power of friendship comment, but seriously, I've met some wonderful people online, and I wouldn't exist. I would be dead if it wasn't for the internet. Because Guan saved me from homelessness thanks to me talking to him online. Thanks to me getting to know him on a forum. He rescued me from literally being homeless in New York City, so... I feel like people would take you leaving just to keep the pieces of the mission of guilt. Oh, absolutely, which is why I don't really intend to leave unless... Again, if Tryson asks me to, I will, because I don't want to... If he's being hurt by the situation, he's a friend. I don't want to see him hurt. But he has no interest in kicking me out. So, I'm just saying that out of principle, really. I guess you could say I'm less interested in stubbornly defending my honor than I am in I don't want, again, lean back to the whole I'm not a creep like some people are now saying I am. I don't want to hurt people. Both relevant to the P-word thing and also just in general, which is why I would be willing to step down if it was to help Tristan, because again, I would feel bad if he was getting a bunch of hate just for having me on the team. Because he's my friend, and... I don't know. Just, you know, wouldn't sit well with me. The truth is, though, I can't win, effectively. Because there's always going to be some excuse. Like, keep in mind... there was two ways that people could find out, right? That I was into things. Since they were looking around wanting to find out. There's two ways they could have found out. One way was just browsing and looking it up. The other way is by word of mouth. And, see, one could say, well, Charm, you should have made it so easy to just find. Thing is, I have furry accounts. I don't directly link them. They're there, though. I don't hide them. I don't have anything to hide, so I don't hide them. And if people have a problem with some of the content on there, listen, dude, you signed up to an adult website and turned on the mature content and looked at my gallery. What the fuck were you expecting? But some people would argue, like, oh, Charm, you should have made that, like, more secret or something. Thing is, though, I'm being attacked for having that stuff displayed. On inappropriate places, mind you, but displayed all the same, I suppose. But if I had hidden it, and people found it anyways, then people would have just attacked me for guiltily keeping a secret. I'm being attacked for being open, but I would have just as well as been attacked for being closed. There's literally no way to win with these people. Regardless of how I'd engaged this interest and how secret I had been about it, people would have found a reason to attack me. So, hi, Turdy. Again, though, I do think a lot of people... It's a mix of two types of people. It's people that are scared of the whole topic and, like, fearful. Because the internet and society has made them feel like, oh, if this is even brought up even slightly, then this person... Like, people have this extreme better safe than sorry approach. Like, I heard that this person could possibly be this. I have no evidence. But this subject matter scares me so much that I'm going to be better safe than sorry and treat this person like they're a creep. Like, that is a type of response that people choose because their attitude is, I'm not being extreme, I'm being safe. And it's good to be safe, but that is being extreme, nonetheless. The alternative is that the people doing this are simply manipulating the situation. They're essentially just trolls, and they just want to hurt people. And they found a good way to do it via a hot button topic, which I think is a lot of people. It's kind of a mix of people that are just genuinely fearful and people that just want to see the world burn. And found a good way to burn something without getting in trouble for it. This basically allows them to commit free arsony, these sort of people. Unfortunately, in both camps, the people trying to be safe, the people trying to be the people just being assholes. In both camps, they're misguided. They're doing things. Well, I mean, the first camp's misguided. The second camp's just being fucking sick, honestly, in my opinion. But if I was in charge of the project when someone wanted nothing to do with it because they heard of someone's interest, I would happily show up the doors as they are the one creating the snake, not the accused. Yes, as somebody said earlier, offense is taken, not given. If somebody has dug into my personal life and decided that now changes their attitude about the whole project, well, how's that my fault? Seriously, though, yeah. Also, I think I'm almost ready to line. Obviously, the belly is not proper yet, but I think I'll just line the basic shape and then make the belly. Well, I can do the big belly now, I suppose. Might be easier if I did now, actually. Just use a different layer. Hi, Basket! And hi there, Hyena. God, today kind of sucks, but I'm glad you guys are supportive. I appreciate that, by the way. And again, I want to reiterate, if anybody feels uncomfortable learning that I'm into a thing that is kind of polarizing, please keep in mind I don't feel bad. Please don't feel bad about feeling weird. Like, I totally get it. It's definitely not for everybody. Not at all. I'd heavily recommend against it for some people. This interest, that is. So just keep in mind that if you feel uncomfortable about me admitting this, which I'm only doing because people are outing me about, like, oh, you're a terrible person. Keep in mind, if you feel uncomfortable, don't feel bad. Please don't feel bad, because I understand. And I honestly think that that is a perfectly fair response. There's a difference between feeling uncomfortable with something and being unreasonable about something. You know? It's okay to feel uncomfortable. That's a personal feeling. That's not something you should ever feel bad about. Oh yeah, you did, Hyena. I'll let the chat summarize it for anybody who's just joining and wants to know. Because I'm happy to be open about this now. It's not something I really wanted to talk about publicly, but, like, if people are going to be trying to drag my name publicly around, then okay, let's talk about it, I guess. It's one of those situations that is unfortunate that content creators have to deal with sometimes where they don't want to discuss this, like, negative shit, but since other people are, they have to say a word on it. Happens sometimes. It's like, I'd rather just make good content and be happy, but okay, let's talk about this, I guess. Well, drama's normal. Unfortunately, this particular topic has been a situation that several content creators have had to deal with too. Like, more than a few. And some of them seem to I guess what fueled the fire to some degree is unfortunately those people that were content creators and did do that thing, like did actually do that thing in real life, and it's like, oh god, you know, like that hurts the image of the whole community. I'm reminded of Cry. That one hit me hard, actually. Cry, or Cryotic. Yeah, he did a bunch of Let's Plays in the past. I always really liked him. He had a nice personality, good voice, real chill. And it turned out he was doing stuff like that was substantiated. I looked into it. And it sucks. It legitimately sucks. At the same time, it's like, yeah, it was that. It was related to that topic. Yeah. The thing is, I didn't feel angry, I felt just disappointed. I think the normal response is for everybody just to go fly into a rage, but usually if something really, really, really upsets me, I don't get angry, I just get really depressed about it. Because I really liked him. He was a good content creator. Not a good person. Well, even, you know, I don't know. I think his people are complex. He was definitely a bad person in some ways. But given his content, I'd say he had some good qualities too. It's just a damn shame that, you know, there was bad qualities that outweighed that. Hope he could turn things around. That's the thing, people are quick to put other people in boxes, but even the worst people probably have a side you're not thinking about. Doesn't make up for their badness, of course, but it's something worth considering because you need to remember that people are complex. It's very, very important to not put people into boxes and to make sure that you are dealing with what mistakes people have made appropriately, but at the same time remembering that they're not just like demons. Usually, at least. They absolutely deserve the hate they get sometimes if there's something that they did that's really bad, but this is not a defense, mind you, of like Cry or anything. Just a reminder that if people take a step back and remember that screwed up as some people might be, they're still people. So there's a limit to how far it's fair to go with like hating somebody. Honestly, I don't think hate's very constructive, even if it has a fair direction. Like, this person murdered somebody, I hate them for that. Reasonable, but also, what does the hate do? Hate's not a very constructive emotion. So I think at some point you just need to move on and see what you can do to, like, be constructive. What can you do to help this not to happen again, you know? That sort of thing. That's, like, in a way that doesn't, like, literally put people on pikes and go, like, this happened before, I bet this person's doing it now, and attack them. That's not, you know... That's not constructive. Also, this art is okay. That's all I have to say about it. It's just okay. No, I think I'm, so there's one thing I didn't do with the, I'm gonna do this, even though it's probably gonna be mostly hid by the giant belly. I would like to attempt to add new layer. I don't know, man. It's hard to say what my exact opinion is when it comes to, like, hate and even justified hate. It's just, I don't know. I'm a dog, so I just don't like to hate unless it's absolutely necessary. I like to see proper consequences be wrought when somebody does something wrong, certainly, but I don't know, man. Just sticking around and being all vehement about how terrible a person is just doesn't seem very useful. By the way, this, according to the official, like, cell I'm like kind of building this off of, there should be like belly and then like it doesn't go all the way to the edge, I guess, like that. It's a terrible belly line, but you get the idea. Actually, that's probably good, actually, if I just curve it off. Yeah, that'll probably work. Hopes and Dreams? Oh. I think it has a bit of that melody in it, maybe? So what I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to draw a big belly, and then I'll, like, separate out the belly lines, and then I'll, like, oomph it out. It may seem like I'm spending way too long on a sketch, but hey, that's what I do. I spend too long on art. Also, admittedly, I have to admit I'm a little distracted today because today sucks. I am just kind of depressed over being attacked and stuff. I'd actually be less depressed if people just said stuff to my face, but they didn't. The fact that I had to find out thanks to the help of Fred's telling me about it. I think that really gets me. So I want to kind of, well, it's nice to do some decent line work, though. Like, it's just nice to do line work that doesn't look bad. It looks pretty good, actually. I mean, it's not line work yet, technically, but how I do lines, it's kind of line work. Because I'm not really a sketcher, so this is kind of half sketch, half lines. But again, like I said, I'm just gonna, this will be thrown out eventually and just replaced by actual lines that I'm going to. Hey, guess what? It's okay to trace your work, your own work. It's just, it's okay to trace your own work. Because that's what I'm basically gonna be doing with some tweaks. I'm trying to figure out, like, how the fuck is this belly angle? Hopefully Key Squid doesn't get on me for tracing my own work. I'm sorry. Key meant well. Key did mean well. It's just, yeah. Their approach did kind of leave me a little bummed. I know they meant well, though. They did. So I'm thinking, like, yeah, okay. I don't know why, but the belly line just kind of looks weird. I mean, I guess this doesn't really matter. I'm going to be changing it, but there's no shame in tracing for practice. It's going to trace anything, yeah. Well, like, there's also these lovely people on DA that give you, like, that do, like, sketchy poses of different species, and a lot of them are like, feel free to use this for your art. Feel free to use this as a basis for your art project. Like, they don't mind if you use it for doing a picture. For whatever reason. For whatever type of picture you're doing. It's like, okay, cool. Yeah, they're just giving some free sketches. They're not putting a copyright on them. Just letting people use them. It's really neat. Quite a kind gesture, honestly. Okay, I'm happy. I think I'm happy with that. Again, we're gonna be messing with more, so. Also, I don't think I mind working off of animation cells, though. I admit that I mean I'm technically working on an animation cell doing this, but I have to say that it does. It feels productive to have freehand my own version of it rather than just like directly tracing or whatever. Also, thank you for the follow. I think it was a follow. This definitely feels more productive. This definitely feels more useful for getting used to line work. I'm trying to go into the line work attitude. Like, it's a little hard, but I used to have this attitude of I could never learn shading, and then I just learned it easily. Well, not easily per se, but I did learn a lot faster than I expected. Especially considering that me and art going fast is not usually a combination of words that's usually said together. But yeah, so I was so unconfident with shading, but now I'm just like doing it, and it's comfy, usually. So I'm trying to ignore the fact that I am like, I suck at line work, or I can't do line work well, because I feel like that also probably will prove untrue eventually, much like shading did. So in the meantime, just need to shake that fill in. Also, yeah, so why does that look wrong? Oh wait, I know why. Because, especially considering I'm going to be fattening more, it actually makes sense for the cream belly to reach the edge of the air. This is how the anime art does it, but I actually don't like that. The perspective doesn't... I don't like the perspective on that. I think it is better with the belly just reaching out. Especially as it bloofs outwards. Oh yeah, man, that a lot of people were expecting like some evolutions for Sword and Shield. It didn't happen, but people were expecting it. And people got disappointed. Alright, yeah, the game's not great. Not great at all. Oh, that was a stretch, by the way. Okay, so I feel like I hit a checkpoint. Also, the commissioner is popping in and out of the chat, from what I understand. He did say he likes how it's going. Alright, let's figure out, so... Belly big round tot, I remember it needs to hit the ground. Well, here's a really terrible little doodle that kind of tells... It's not that terrible. It gets the idea across. Basically, we're stretching it left, we're stretching it right, we're hitting the ground of it. Tail moved down, I already moved that tail down. And, pose need to stay otherwise identical, aside from the tail movement and the belly. And while there's not really an explanation given as to why the belly is huge, this is what was given to me as a random little drawing, as to like giving myself an idea of what he could be. So it's potentially like water inflation. Also, I remember this picture. This is a very old picture. Yeah, D-Fighter. Been a while, huh? He used to draw all the time back in the day. I have a similar belly right now. Did you also have a run-in with a Squirtle? But yeah, I'm not supposed to do the big, like the belly button thing, but otherwise, that's kind of the impression. It's not a fat belly, it's a big ol' overinflated belly I'm doing, so. Which, to be honest with you, is easier than a fat belly. But sometimes simplicity makes things more difficult as well. So we'll play with this a bit. So, actually, let me, can I... Hold on a second. I mean, I guess we're just, Oh, I guess... Wait, is that a belly button? I should ask the commissioner. That line in the middle. I'll just ask him if it's... I mean, it's not a huge issue one way or another. Easy enough to add, easy enough to remove. But, yeah, so I guess, you know, so the belly stretches to about the width of his hands, I suppose, and then also probably get a nice heavy seg to the ground. Also, Guan, did you overeat? I hope you're not feeling sick. Actually, I have a different layer now. This is still the sketch layer. But I'm just going to use this to, like, figure out what I want to do. So we're, like, going to expand out. That might be a good shape. Should I flatten it against the ground a bit? Burger wasn't great. Teriyaki tasted weirdly over sour salty, so it just didn't agree with your stomach. I'm sorry. Tea usually helps soothe a stomach. I'm not sure why it messed you up. Interesting. I might have to do a squish line though here. I'm not sure. Though if it's supposed to be really taut, maybe not. I'm not sure actually. The question is, what details can I add to a taut belly? Well, it's boozy tea. Oh, fair enough. Like, how much can I differentiate from just a round shape? Actually, I should look at that Squirtle picture again. That might give me an idea. It's very small, but... No, it's just really just a round shape. Okay. I do notice a little bit of moo bitch going off in Charizard, though, to add a little bit of substance to the top, which is probably a good idea. We could... Okay. So in other words, if I were to, like, add sort of a... That would probably look good. Does that mean I should lower the main belly portion down a bit? Maybe. Let me clean up the bottom of it. I gotta be a bit specific about how it squashes against the ground. Why is it called tea? Because alcoholic drinks are fucking weird, that's why. I'm trying to think about which, like, how I want this to stretch and stuff. I think the idea here is that Glug got himself sick because he didn't put tea in a tea drink. Which sounds like a little bit of a mix-up. Nutmeg lime? That's an interesting mix. Nutmeg and lime. One thing I could do with the belly bottom. I can remember how you do it. Oh, right. Actually, the answer's staring me in the face. Hold on. I believe you, Guan. It's an odd situation. I've never messed with these drinks. See, like, I'm thinking, like, what if we have the extra squish, like, kind of going around the foot a bit? This isn't a fatty squish, it's kind of a, like, tension, point of least resistance sort of idea. Where the water or whatever is stuffing him is ballooning in this spot because of the... Yeah. Yeah, sort of like that. Probably do it on the other side too? I don't know, actually. Maybe not. Makes more sense here, honestly. Just one is good. Now to rework the shape so it doesn't look so weird. Still like the shape. Hold on. Close. Let's see if I got a response about that navel. Also, apparently, he's in minus 24-degree weather. I'm not sure what... Wait, no. When it's that low. When it's that low, Fahrenheit and Celsius are actually the same. Minus 424-degree weather. My goodness, where the hell does he live? I now suddenly wonder to myself. I'm in Canada and I haven't seen it that cold in a while. Yeah, I'll do. The most important thing... Oh, yeah, I think I do like that. I think we're getting somewhere, guys. You see, it's technically a simple shape. That's actually part of the difficulty. One thing you don't really realize, like, good inflation art, like, where it's just, like, a big, taut, round belly, a lot has to be done to make it actually look good. Because it's such a simple shape, so every little detail counts. It's kind of like pixel art. When you're working with a small character, it's not technically that hard, but then, like, every little pixel, like, one pixel off, and suddenly everything looks bad. I guess to address that earlier topic, by the way, the stuff I'm depressed about, I will say, just like, as a community, please just keep an eye out in case some hate starts popping up about me elsewhere. It might unfortunately involve you guys if we get unlucky. And if it does, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. That was an accidentally badly placed line, but I kind of just realized that looks nice. Why does that look nice? Oh, I get it, because it coincides with this line. Okay. I just got an idea. Also, thank you, Blink. Yeah, carrying on. I just hope that works in this situation. I'm always concerned how far these people might go, you know? But we'll see. Right now, though, admittedly, the main person who was being hostile was just like, well, if that scumbag Charm remains on the Resurgence team, then I'm not going to be playing Resurgence. Oh no, one random asshole doesn't want to play our game. It's like, that itself doesn't matter too much to me. Oh no, his business is so important. His presence would have brought so many people because he matters so much. I love the carrot approach. I'm going to take my business elsewhere if you don't treat me right. It's like, oh no, we're gonna lose a terrible customer. That's such a threat. I once had a guest have us look up his account so we could see how much business we were losing. Look how important I am! No, look! Wow! That's amazing. Really shows how deluded these people are. They think they're so important. The main problem is if that person gets support. They get support, a bunch of people agree with them, are like, yeah, kick Charm out, and then all of a sudden there's a big fight. We'll see if that happens. I'm very cautious about things like that. Kansas ain't a great state for good people anyways, but... This song is weird. Next song, please. Okay, let's see. Also, I'm currently shape debating. I do prefer that, but... What's wrong with it? Wait. Actually, I think I want to sell the bottom weight a different way, which means... I don't think I want that, but... I mean, I could. But I think it would be better. Yeah, I think that would look good like that. Okay, so, best weapons in these contexts are context, facts, and intent. And I rely on my, I trust my audience to, like, well, give a shit about that. That sort of stuff matters to my audience, I'd say. I have elected. Stretchies. Oh, that looks a lot better. God, line warp tools are fucking amazing, because it's like, I didn't quite draw that right. Let me warp it. And then boom, look at that. Okay, that's pretty good. That's not a bad shape. What we need to do, we need a few more details, though. Like, just rounding it out over on this side more was what it needed. So, here's what I'm thinking. So, like, we'll add off of this line here. We're gonna follow that line. We're gonna do this. Actually, you know what? I just realized this scrunch can end in. Okay, that makes sense. So. I need to mess with this a bit, but I think I've got an idea. You can see it adds an effect of heaviness to the situation. I just need to find the right place for it, right? I might need to back it up a little bit. There we go. Oh yeah, that's, that feels weighty. That's different from fat. So you know what? As a collective thing, I just want to say this officially, both to my current stream audience, my YouTube audience, etc. At least in general, this applies to most people. Thank you for being chill. Thank you for caring about my personality. Thank you for, at the very least, tolerating when I have a weird interest or a weird thing I do. Thank you for basically being much more reasonable people than a lot of the internet is. It legitimately is very nice to see that. So this scrunch up here, by the way, this thing that goes, you know, on this side, this makes sense because it's connected with the tail. It's scrunching against the foot. This is good. On this side, oh, I know what I'm gonna do on the left. I figured it out. Good. Excellent. We can do another squish line on the left. I have an idea. Awesome people. We do. That's still, yeah, it's still accurate. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. Also, here's what we're gonna do here. There's a foot here. You know what that means? That means we squish it here on top of the foot. Then kind of ooze it off the foot. I don't know if I like this song. You're okay, boy. Let's turn this back on, actually, for a second. Yes and no. You guys are more awesome than you think. I'm sure that once they get together, the researchers will think you're awesome too. That's the thing, though. I'm like, yeah, I'm not directly involved, so all they're seeing is just, oh, he's in a weird state, and we don't know anything about him, so he must be terrible. I do have to say, though, the best way to tell whether or not somebody is a decent person is to see if, when they think that there might be a problem with somebody, what do? Do they just use what they know, even if it's really limited or not a good complete lookup person? Do they use what they know and just go like, yeah, I think that guy's a jerk? Or do they actually go take the time to, like, research, find out more information, talk to people that might be friends of that person, talk to the person themselves? Basically, what I'm trying to say is you can kind of tell if somebody's a good or a bad person based on how they meet other people. I've actually told this to some people that have friends that are not good people. I've said, okay, I know your friend's nice to you, but is he nice to a complete stranger? How does he treat somebody he barely knows? That's the true test of character. Obviously, people will generally treat their friends well, but how does somebody treat a random cashier at McDonald's, or a person they heard something bad about but don't have it substantiated? How do they treat those people? That is how you truly understand somebody's heart. So, for instance, if I'm hanging out with somebody and they like me, and then I go, you know, if I do, like, go to McDonald's, and then they're rude to the cashier, I'll be like, this person isn't as nice as I think they are, basically. Because if you can only be nice to the people you're invested in, then you're not really nice. Niceness is not a thing you can go halfway with and still be good. You're either nice or you're not. But yeah, this is what I always say. Pay attention to your friends. If they're nice to you but assholes to other people, ask yourself, what's up with that, you know? Figure it out. Figure out what you can do to... Yeah. Obviously, there's some logic to being more patient or whatever with a friend than you are with a stranger. But like I'm saying, unprompted assholery. Like, just being a jerk to somebody is not being a jerk to you. It's that sort of thing. That's the thing you gotta watch out for. Also, I think I have a solution for my issue here. Maybe. If they're assholes to everyone, at least they're equal opportunity. I guess. I mean, I have a few friends that are kind of, like, really blunt about everything, but I don't really consider them assholes. They're just... They're not assholes, they're just really blunt. And it doesn't work with everyone. But they're very honest, though. Credit where credit's due, you know? Also, how does that look for this foot squish? I'm not even sure. Let's erase some lines and see. Actually, yeah, let's just erase all the lines that are covering the belly and just look. I want to see what I've got going here. Take a little gander at what I've done and if it works. Right side looks great. Left side, I don't know. It's not quite working for me. Oh, you don't like the right side? Oh, yeah, the Zard's right. Yeah, I agree. Exactly what I said. I got directionally confused with that. We need to squish this against the foot in a better way. It's a good idea. Having some of the weight resting on top of the foot here is almost certainly a good idea. I believe this whole line following along here. I believe that line is fine, but the lines below it, they need some adjustment. Also, perhaps I jutted this part too far out to, like, the left. It's probably fine, but it's a thought. Honestly, though, it's probably fine how far I stretch that to the left, as long as I rework, you know, the foot thing. So, if we know that this top line is fine, I need the other layer. We know this top line is fine. It's just a matter of making the other lines work. So I guess question one is, how do I want the very bottom line, this one? How do I want this one connecting? I feel like I want to just slide it over a little bit, like maybe bend it. Try around the top to match if you can. Top of what? Okay, I also just experimented a bit. No, that doesn't help. Okay. Yeah, okay, then I'm right. This should lift up here. That does make sense. Where my arrow was. I forgot the arrow location already. Oh. Wait! I think I have a solution. I might need to rework it a bit more, but... A conflict of squishes could work, actually. Potentially. Ooh, Barman 64. Yeah, go ahead and play your boss theme. I like it. Basically what I'm thinking here is we have this belly line going down to the foot and having a squish collide, so it would squish off this direction, right? But down here, we have another squish collide. So I feel like I have 2 squish slides, and then I have something in the middle. I feel like that would be accurate. Just need to figure out how to do the squish collides. And then like a little connecting line, which would probably bend this way because of the foot. So like something like that, but I think I squished it too far in. That's actually pretty close to what I want. Let's try. Zard feet are too simple, so it's kind of hard to work off of them. Stretching out more will help. See, that is out more than before. So, okay, inward concave doesn't work, so we guess we need to go convex, which means... How, though? Oh, wait, actually... Something as simple as that. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I do like how these 2 squish lines are kind of positioned and everything. I think these are solid, but I just need to figure out what to do in the middle. Bomberman 64 is good. Bomberman 64 the second attack was even better, and Bomberman Hero is my favorite one. Very disappointingly, there's this guy called Count Shaman on YouTube. He covered the Bomberman in 64 games, but he didn't cover Hero because he didn't think it was good. And I was like, God damn, that's the best one. Yeah, those 2 squish lines I think are solid. What do you think, Juan? Do you think that what I have right here, right now, without adding anything between, do you think that's solid? Because I feel like that's pretty solid. I think that those 2 lines are doing a good job. I think they're interacting with the foot in a realistic fashion. The question is how to intersect the damn things. You think it would be very simple, but... Should the bomb adhere to the foot shape more? What do you think? What do you mean by adhere to the foot shape? Like, this line here. Do you think it should go like, maybe, should it... Are you saying that maybe instead of like... Maybe it should go like more... That? Like, less curve? And more just going upwards? Okay. Let's try it. Should I just go ahead and intersect with the other line? Or should there be something in between the 2? Let's experiment. Oh! No, I know what the issue is. I'm dying, but I figured it out. The issue is this. This whole area is pretty fat. Well, I mean, pretty weighted, right? There's a lot of squish going on here. This should be going further against the foot than I'm doing it. We're stopping short, essentially, is the issue. This should be encroaching on the foot more than we're doing. Probably should be going to, like, I don't know. Yeah, so like that. Basically, we're not pushing against the foot enough for it to be realistic. I kind of like that line. Even though it's not where I meant to draw it. Does the two-line approach work here? It might. Does the two-line approach work against the foot? Or should there be a tripod of lines? Also, we do need to do that. Well, it needs to be like there. No, not quite. It needs to be a significant squish there, but go pretty straight at the bottom. By the way, today's goal is to finish the lines. So you do think it looks better this way? Alright then. Good to know. See, I feel like this is squishing it too much though. I feel like there needs to be something here. Play with it a bit. If I back it up, it does look better, so. Oh! That's very close to the line I want, I think. Let's try something. Can I just connect those up, or? I guess I can. Again, this is not the line work, but I want to be precise with this because it's subtle. Subtle detailing, you know? Well, we're getting somewhere with it. I don't know. It's not quite selling it for me, and I don't know why. Good night, Tiguan. Or, see you in a bit, Gwen. I understand. I hope he's doing well, by the way. Alright, here's what I'm going to do. Ah. I think we're actually pretty close to it being good enough. It just occurred to me what's wrong here is simple. Bug. The problem is bug. The problem is one less bug. Get out of here. Look, it's very distracting. I need to focus. I'm sorry, Beerus. I can't help it. They're really troublesome. Gosh, I feel very close here. I feel like I'm very close to this working, but I don't quite feel like it's quite right. And I'm not entirely sure why. Actually, no, I am. a little more sure. I just realized something. Again. Foot. Considers... Yeah. It's not bad. Oh! Hi, Jesse. Sorry, I just had to watch this. I'm thinking the wrong direction with part of this. Oop, a little too much. There we go. Nope, all I need is a line. All I need is a little line. Probably less than that, actually. I don't want to keep it down. Alright. But essentially... we essentially just want to put a little evidence of pressure from the foot. I think. I'll have to think about this one. So close to working. Does that not quite work? Maybe if I oh, wait, hold on. Maybe if... instead of doing that, yeah? And this just a little bit more. Or unround this just a little bit more. To imply a little bit of... I don't know. It looks better the other way. Gosh, this is hard. At least I got the right side nice looking. But, it's really just a matter of making the foot look like it has more substance. That's the issue I'm facing here. As I can situationally remove some lines to demonstrate what I mean. You know, how does it push against the foot? That's the important question. I do think the bottom of the lines, of the 3 squish lines, does work. The other 2... ah, it's the top line that's causing issues. I just realized. If I tweak the top one, the rest should fall into place. Also, one moment. If I tweak the top one, I have an idea. I think I just realized what I need to do. Before that, though, I'm going to go ahead and order myself some food before it gets too late to order food. So I'm going to do that. So give me a second. There's really not a lot of food in the house right now, so if I don't order food right now, I'm going to probably not really eat much tonight. So I should probably just go ahead and get something, I figure. Ah, Wendy's already closed. That's a shame. Never mind, more things just closed. Alright, refresh page then. Come on, show me what's actually available. Cute. There's an available restaurants at this time. I click one and it says it's not available. I say, okay, view available restaurants, and it just listed again. It's like, no, that one's unavailable. You said so yourself, idiot. What's this? It's, by the way, if you're wondering what kind of bug I'm destroying, we casually get fruit flies in this apartment. They're not really infesting, but they're always there. It's dumb. They're also called sewer flies, and apparently they're kind of unsanitary sometimes, and thus I'm even less concerned about killing them. What if I... Oh. Some roaches are actually very clean. The ones that everybody hates are bad, sure, but... I'm focusing for a second. Literally only from a restaurant where if I take a few more minutes, I might just miss it. Yeah, fuck it. Give me mozzarella sticks. I like mozzarella sticks. Well, I just realized you guys can still see my cursor moving around. Not that you can see me doing anything, but it's kind of weird. Just let me order food on Paint Tool side. Just a minute. Alright, assuming I made it in time, there's the order. Cool. Okay. Good. Alright, cool. Food in 20 minutes. Also, give me 1 second. I'm gonna use the restroom. Okay. Now to execute my idea. Ow. How did autocorrect say Roach's face? Well, you see, roaches have faces, so autocorrect is accurate. What? The infestation faces. Okay, that sounds like... Okay, infestation of faces. That sounds like the start of some sort of horror plot. They just a bunch of faces that grow out of your wall. Like mold. Face infestation. That is a scary combination of words. Face infestation. I like it. Alright, so I found the solution to my ills. Or woes. The solution is to fix the top line. Check this out. We're gonna do this. So, we have the bottom line climbing with the foot pretty well. And I think the middle line is fine too. But what we don't have... is a proper squish up here. So if I play around with this, I think I can try something. This might require... I don't know. It might require another squish. I think that's excessive, but let me play around with it a bit. Yeah, I think it will be excessive to do that, but... just for the sake of experimentation. Yeah, okay. So instead, it's going to be more like... more like this line goes down, pretty straight down, more or less. So when it hits the foot, it's like, oof! That's what I'm thinking. I don't know, man. This foot is really... I like my idea of the foot squish, but damn is it hard to pull off. I almost feel like going back to 2 lines might be better. Perhaps 3 lines is just distracting. If I keep just trying different things, I'll eventually run into something that I like. Wait. Oh. I just try experiments. Looking, seeing. Just make the stomach and add the feet part to it. Actually, that would be harder. You know what? I'm actually gonna do a weird thing. Hold on. Actually going to... This is not me erasing anything, this is actually me applying a white filter for a second. Just so I can focus on the area a bit better. Alright, there we go. Like, the idea's gotten across of what I currently have. The idea I'm trying to execute is clear. It's clearly on top of the foot. Actually, I don't even... Hold on. Was that the correct thing to do a curve line and then have a curve down and then connect? That might have been it. I zoomed out, not expecting much, and realized that actually looks kind of good. Hold on. Let me try erasing this bit. That's very close to right. I think the only issue I have is that it's not bold enough. And by that I mean basically, we need the squish to be something. Something more obvious, something more dramatic, I guess. But I do think the general idea of it is correct now. I suppose then what the solution would probably be is... asking myself... I mean, I guess... curve back? Actually, that's not bad. It corresponds with, that corresponds with this squish line. But it also just doesn't have the exact same shape. There's a bit of a bulge because of the collision to the foot, making a bulge happen, thus applying pressure. Okay, that actually kind of works. I think I'll take that. Now the question is there anything I need to do up here though, on top? Yeah, that finally sold the weight. Now one thing I could do, because there's like a line going and then it curves here. If I instead go against the curve and I do like a little, well, that. Also, hey there, creature. Actually, I don't know. Creature, you are an inflation boyo. What would you, if anything, what would you advise for the lower area? Oh, you never left. You're just quiet. Never mind. Kirby's... What game is this again? Cavis Curse, I think? Yeah, Rainbow Curse. Rainbow Curse, the sequel to Cavis, basically. Good game. Good music. Oh, yeah. Ooh. I mean, I've said check your Discord a few times. Oh, you did? I'm sorry. Every time I've been on Discord... Oh, yeah, you did leave me messages now. Okay, I'm sorry. That... Oh! Playable? I fucking love it. That's amazing. I wasn't expecting that. I thought this was just about cameo questions. Oh my god. I won't say it out loud in case you want to keep it secret, but... Okay, that makes me a little happier today. Thank you. That's really good. Oh, that's so... I love the expressions. The expressions are amazing. I don't care if you say it or not. Some of you know that Creature made Fat Golf Game, and he did it for the Game Jam that I covered it, and he's now expanding it, pun not intended, into a full game, and he's adding characters. And this is an amazing trait. I will not show people this yet. I want to show them when I play it. But he did me. He made me a character. And it's great. I am very, very happy with this. It's very adorable. Especially the face work. I love the face work. Especially like the one with the cat eye slits. That is such a good spook expression. Despite the fact that I'm a dog, I have to admit I look good with cat eye slits sometimes. Let's just put it this way. Creature put such a level of detail and polish into what I just did that I'm like, honestly, just kind of I don't know, very thankful right now. So I'm thinking like, oh, ah, ooh, ah, and other sounds. I think, yes, one more line, but it needs to be really minor. Maybe a little bit higher though. Just a little bit of I think that sells it. What do you guys think? The little, just to sell the little bit more like, yes, a foot is pushing up at the belly here. Okay, so I've done it. I've added a nice, good basis here. Now, what next? Well, the line, this part of the line over here doesn't look very good. I should probably curve it more. That's easily done. I just realized this is Ace Attorney Investigations 2 music, but for some reason it makes me think of Final Fantasy VII's instrumentation. This sounds like a Final Fantasy VII song. That's really odd. Help show the weight. Yeah. Sploonf this out a bit more. Oh yeah, that's a lot better. Probably. I'm gonna draw more on the white layer. The thing that's blocking lines, so I can kind of get a gauge for what I'm doing. So I'm thinking at the top that we actually break the line a bit and basically put moobs, because it would probably be a good supplement to the inflation. Like, not exactly moobs, because it's not fat art, but like expansion of pectoral area? I don't know how to put it. I think what we need to do is take this part, but squish it down a little bit, but not so much it distorts the shape. I want to keep the shape. How can I do this? Yeah, just a little bit down, nothing too crazy. Actually, I like that. For some reason, that is a better shape to my brain. Okay, good. Alright, so now that I've done that, now we, also, my food's here, apparently. That was fast. I'll get it after the boobs. So, don't have boobs. I'm not adding boobs to it exactly. It's more just pictorial detail. It'll make sense. Just give me a sec. Basically, under normal circumstances, the original drawing of the picture kind of had him like kind of had the belly be at the top of the belly, it was kind of like there's just a circle. But technically speaking, how I typically do belly areas like this, I'll go like this. I like have belly area and then upper area that's like a different shape like that. And that's this area being for where the where the pecs would be, basically. That's typically how I do belly coloration. That's not how the anime drawing. That's not how the anime cell does it, but it would still make sense for Charizard if we were to put a. Actually, yeah, that's exactly where I wanted it. But just watch, you'll see. Like, is that a much more natural shape? On this side, you can't see as much, but it'll be like... It kind of depends. I guess there would be fine. Yeah, that's good. That was surprisingly easy to place. I might have to touch it up, though. It's a good shape. I'm going to redo this line, but... basically... that... I'm debating whether this belly line goes in front or not. It probably does, actually. I think it kind of depends, actually. Does this move line go in front of the belly line, or does this belly line go in front of the move line? That is the decision. I kind of like that one in front and that one behind, like this. I feel like since his body is slightly angled, the squish could potentially have again, this side the belly absolutely overtakes the move, or the pec line. On this side it could be either or. If I do, I could add a squish line like I did, which adds more squish. Which is not bad. Actually, I think I'll put a little more power into this pec line. Just a little bit. By curving this a bit more. Good night, T-Virus. Yeah, don't fall asleep in your chair. You'll wake up very uncomfortable. That's how you get whiplash. Yeah. This is all very debatable. Oh, that's good. Finally got the shape I was looking for. Let's tilt this a bit so I can... There. Now I can put the peck in front, or behind it, I mean. But still the peck gets to stand out a bit. Trying to think about the connection point, how this would all connect. It's important to consider when you're working with hidden lines. Yeah, I think that's good. I feel comfy with that. And then, like... There's a scrunch going on here, so I feel like we have a scrunch. Scrunch? I like the better about. I don't know why, but I like that. Which is a common thing I say when I do my work. What can we... but there should be something else going on, shouldn't there? Let's see what the commissioner thinks so far. I think they left a comment. And by the way, it's hard for me to check my Discord messages. Also, my mistake. I am less confused now. Person who said don't add moobs to it, actually, Commissioner, I just didn't know the Twitch name. Okay, fair enough. Is this moobs though? Actually, that's a good question, Commissioner. Do you define moobs as... Do you find... Well, here, wait. Do you find moobs as that upper area? Like, if... or basically, are you asking for me to purely have a circular, or am I allowed to do that? Oh, I wasn't... No, I'm not adding boobs for moobs. It's more just... What's the word I'm looking for? It's more just giving him a chest, rather than giving him boobs, or moobs, or whatever. It lets me have better weight to the belly, because it gives me more... As you see here, it lets me add an extra nice squish. I figured that'd be a plus, you know? Yeah, don't worry, I'm not actually adding moobs. It was more just... chest. Yeah. I know very specifically you don't want this to be fat, so don't worry. How you feeling about the bottom section? Did you want me... Now you said, about the legs. If you want, I can indeed push the belly, push the foot fully behind the belly. Or this foot specifically. Yeah, I'm less confused now too, Blake. I really think that what I did on this side is good, though. But I can understand if you don't want the foot squishing out, I suppose. I could still take that concept that I did here and do it without the foot showing as much. But feel free to give me your thoughts. Yeah, I like the left side. Okay, you do like it. Yeah, basically, when it comes to like any sort of inflation-based art that isn't air, any sort of weight gain, inflation, vor, any chance you have to have one part of the body squish with another part will generally do a better job selling the weight and size of something. So I always try to do that when possible. So, here what we have at the top, this is probably good enough. I think that does a nice topping bit. I could technically have, like, trying to think about this. Like, what am I trying to do? I had a thought in my brain, but I'm not sure how to execute it. But the top actually looks pretty fine, so I might not do it. Actually, is that everything? I mean, I need to actually align it, but what I mean is this a good sketch? Oh. There are a few little adjustments I can make, I just realized. Let me turn this off. Let me actually make a backup of my sketch, because I'm going to erase parts of this sketch now. Okay. Also, I hope you're doing okay. Do you prefer the name Nah? I'm not sure. It's whatever you want to call yourself. I hope you're doing okay, because you were out in some very cold weather. Kind of concerning. I am happy how this came up, though. This is coming along well. Alright, so... Also, comparison of original Belly to current Belly. The only thing I am sad about is I'm going to have to erase these glorious thunder thighs that I drew him. I was trying to worry. I hope you can. Hope you got some good heaters and stuff. I assume you're either back from work or taking a break. What's your, if you don't mind me asking, what is your job that you're out in minus 45 weather? I'm like immediately made me think like, okay, maybe like airliner based or something, like having to be out on the runway maybe, because that's a really cold place. Rip thunder thighs. It's okay, I kept the old sketch, so I will always have the thunder thighs if I ever want it. Lumberyard and a sawmill. Ooh, that's gonna be pretty cold too. Just like any out, that's definitely like that is work that is largely spent outdoors, so that sounds pretty yikes, you know, for cold weather. I don't have a job. You fucking useless degenerate. No, I don't care. It's fine. Means you have more time to watch me. Also, one second, I'm gonna go grab my food. And then we'll, do a few more touch-ups and then do the lines. Oh, by the way, remember when I scratched my tablet at the beginning of the stream? I haven't noticed. I don't think that scratch is really affecting anything. Because I completely forgot about it until just recently. So, fortunately, not really harmful. Certainly hasn't affected its functionality and hasn't affected my tactile experience either. It is good. I was a little concerned at first. Tablets are weird because they're really expensive pieces of equipment you gotta be careful with. But also you're supposed to just press a stylus pen all over them. It's like the only piece of electronic equipment that you're supposed to like constantly be putting pressure on, which is normally not good for electronics. I have a milkshake. Also, I have to admit, I'm a little bit chipper about how I am noticing that this line work did not take. Like, I mean, once I'm done lining, which will be a little bit of time, but not nearly as much now that I have a solid. This sketch is almost clean enough to be line work, but I'm going to clean it more because I should. Oh yeah, I just realized there is one thing I forgot to detail, which I'm going to do now. I kind of like that, actually. I'll clean up more later, but this one hand is still a little bit messy, but I'll touch it up in line work. You're the Miltic. I know people keep bringing it up. I need to do my move form at some point. I haven't moved it up in a while. Oh, I pulled the... Just occurred to me this eye should be lower. At least I think I should. Eye positions are hard to figure out sometimes. Yeah, definitely a little lower. Okay. Dairy Queen, I wish Skip the Dishes supported Dairy Queen, but they don't. The hell is that? There'd be something wet in here, I don't know why. Oh, I see, it's the ranch that got pulled from the freezer or something. I just want my Mott 6. Those are best. It's best to eat Mott 6 before they go cold. Playing a dangerous game used around my stylus, or my tablet, but I'll be careful. Did you at one point in the past offered to split a commission of us both as build takes? I'm trying to pressure and asking if that offer is still a thing. Yes, I would be up for it. Depends on what you want to do. And as far as who to get it from, I'm not sure. But it is a good idea. I mean, I'll freely admit, I'm just a big old utter whore, really. I like that hyper. That gives me a few ideas. Okay, back to art. I've got other food. I just want the mott sticks for now. Okay, so... Oh, yeah. I guess I should technically... Let's see. Yeah, something like that. I don't know. This is just kind of casual, like, hey, the wings have membranes lines. We just need to add a couple of them. You don't really need to add a bunch. It's just for random detail. I suppose it works like that. What am I missing here? Oh! There is only one thing I just realized I should probably do. Wait a minute. I just realized something that's really wrong with this animation cell. Here, let me show you guys. You can tell me what you think. But... like... what's wrong with the tail here? They messed up something. You see it? I didn't do it myself because I was just kind of noticing. I just kind of followed along to what they did, but I just realized they messed up, and I'm going to fix it. It's actually really obvious once you see it. For anybody wondering, the underside of Charizard's tail is a cream color. The front of the tail and front of the belly, we see that. But when the tail goes behind the body, suddenly it's pure orange, and there's no cream whatsoever. But given the angle of everything, that makes absolutely no sense. Look, it's hard to animate a TV show. If you start studying animation cells, you will see mistakes that generally just don't matter because it's animated. Also, let me just eat a burger and then I'll continue. I'm sorry, I'm a little hungry. I feel like I'm the only person that actually really kind of likes Burger King burgers. They, ooh. I need a drink. I feel like the meat quality for Burger King's burgers is pretty dang acceptable for being fast food. And also, they have a nice, their texture is a little bit more robust than a lot of fast food burgers. For instance, McDonald's burgers just kind of fall apart in your mouth. Burger King has a little bit more, just form to it. it feels like it's a higher quality of meat. And it has a really nice flavor that's kind of unique to Burger King burgers. I'm not sure what that flavor injection is, but generally leaves a positive aftertaste. Anyways, let's go ahead and fix the thing the animation cell didn't do. You know meat quality. I'm a certified meat technician. Right, so tell. I even get together in a convention now and then. We call it the meat. No. Yeah, let's see. Hungry Jack's. That sounds vaguely familiar. Oh wait, no, I'm thinking of Jack in the Box, which is a place I kind of miss. Also, why does my neck hurt all of a sudden? Probably because I'm still getting used to this new chair. It's fine. It's a nice chair, by the way. It has completely changed the structure of my sitting position. There we go. Got the line I was wanting. Not sure why I was struggling so hard with it. Oh, actually, wait. Not that much. It's all about that shape. Actually, no, probably better the other way. Oh, wait, no, actually. Okay, I get it. It's nice to be able to actually roll my chair, because the previous one had all, like, most of its wheels broken, so... Could it? Being able to move in and out of the chair without struggling is nice. Also, it's far less creaky. Another fruit fly? Why do you all come here? Just to suffer? Because I will make you all suffer, you damn fruit flies. Never learn. Alright, so I think the tail is pretty good. Another dead fry. Fry? I killed a fry, not a fly. It's fine. I boiled it in oil and ate it. I don't know why he's so concerned about the plight of fruit flies. Even being a bug, I don't... Fruit flies are, like, insignificant even to other bugs. They're so small, but they're also very annoying. Should wait. If it's for the sake of meme, it's possible. He's gotta stay consistent with his brand, right? So I'm thinking... Not quite that much. Just, play with the shape a bit. Wanting to get kind of a... Oh, there we go. then try to round it. Trying to get a shape I like a bit more, basically. That's better. Alright, I gotta redo the other line, but it's fine. I just feel like I wanted to sit a little bit more heavily on the ground, basically, to make it thicker. Also, I think, if I recall, some tail thickness was requested originally. Regardless, it does look better with the belly. And I think tail thickness is the thickness of a lizard tail is generally up to artist's discretion. Anyways, it usually doesn't impact the picture too dramatically how thin or thick a tail is. Okay, now just to get the... Come on. Gosh, draw these lines though. Alright. Zard picked up his gut, released it, and hit the ground heavily. The Charizard and Barb Fighter does that. Incidentally. Honestly, this has been a really good project, though. Yeah, I'm not fast, whatever. Fucking fight me. But, it's just nice to practice some light work. And actually, like, do a good job. I'm really struggling to get the... on you. There we go. Finally! Got the I'm very particular with my lizard tail lines. I don't know why. Just very... I know it's a very specific thing to be particular with, but... Damn it, it's still not quite... Well, it's good enough, I suppose. Let's curve this part down. Yeah, Barb Fighter... When the Charizard eats you in Barb Fighter, he can play with his belly, pick it up, heft it around, drop it. So, on that note... Oh, you'll see! Once my staff are done watching the 19... Barb Fighter videos I put together, I will be releasing them during a vacation, and you guys can see for yourself. Also, I think I'm done with the tail. Well, okay, so part of me is going like, okay, you need to do tail flame lines now, and then part of me is like, well, maybe wait for the. Actually, what does the anime do? Let's just see what the anime does, because I'm like, part of me is like, well, I don't need to line the flame. I just need to color it, but... That's why I'm not saying anything when you are playing around with it, because I wonder what you're going to do. Well, I hope that's part of the fun, at least. Let's take a look and see what Charizard the anime, what his tail flame is done. How is it done? It appears that it has no lines. Fair enough, mate. I was right. I called it. Oh, you know, I just realized something. Something that I forgot because the reference I'm working off of doesn't really show it. But there is one other detail I could add. Let me add this, though. Handsome boy. Alright, let's, Here, I'm just putting this in here for the, just an idea of how to do the tail flame later. I'm just going to put that down. But, one other thing that I didn't notice, or didn't think about, which I could certainly do here, Star Fox Christmas songs. What a weird crossover. But, I'm thinking, like, one thing that would really help the smile, or, I guess not really smile, is it? Oh, yeah, no, I had a question. I think you mentioned before, but I kind of forgot. Do you want the exact same expression, or do you want any changes to the expression? Also, tooth. Tooth. I like what you have. Yeah, I like what I have too. Nick's ready to rumble. Tooth is hard, apparently. How tooth? Tooth is okay, behind nostril, but after the curve of the lip. All right, got it. So actually, about where I have it. So that is that proper toothin'? I think that's proper toothin'. So a little tooth here too. Toothin'. Is that? Yeah, I guess. I think I want the tooth a little closer. Yeah, it's tooth to the front more. Yeah, make it more subtle too, that's good. Toothin'. Trying to figure out where to tooth is hard, apparently. At least it is for me. I do think toothin' is good, though. Positioning matters, though. Thank you, Witch. Okay, wait, if that was a Lilac Christmas, why the fuck was that a Mario theme? Maybe the other tooth wouldn't show. I don't know. Oh, the lip curves up, right. Oh, fair, it would show then. Guess it would just be kind of out there. Just not show that dramatically, I suppose? Air Gun's final form. Don't tell him that, he'll smack you. Yeah, whatever. I'll leave it like that for now. I'll figure it out later for the light work. Is there any other detail lines I need to throw into the sketch before I just line? I think... Oh, actually, there might be one. Yeah, he was a Charmander. That's true. It just... Well, maybe it's not necessary. Excuse me. My throat. Well, let's see. Nah, that looks worse for some reason. I guess I could add, like, But then it conflicts with the other line. Or does it? Well, I mean, kind of does. I guess it's... I'm not... Long neck creatures are kind of confusing when it comes to, like, where do I put a stretch line? Where do I put a chin? Do I put a chin? Is chin a thing? Can I chin? Bomb parallel, I think would, like, be more, like, round, but if it's too hard to fix, then it's fine. Alright, hold on. Story that comment, give me a minute. I want to try something. We'll respond to that in a minute. I'm just, running myself a little experiment. I don't like it. Alright, I'll keep that how it is then. Just like to know if lowering it down makes it look better. Yeah, I kind of like it lower. I feel like that does help, actually. At least with that particular head shape and position. I think that looks... Yeah, I'll keep it there. Alright, now to your question. The lower part of the belly, let's talk about. Okay, so earlier you liked the belly, but now you're thinking about it. Okay. So you think you'd like it if it's more round. Okay. So let me ask you this. Do you like the squishy bits? Like do you like the lines I've added to add squish, heft, weight, basically? And you're just talking, I assume you're just talking about this line. Okay. So I actually intentionally made it flat to imply that, like, you know, if you have like a flat object and you put something heavy on top of it, it's gonna go like oof, and then oof, you know, it's gonna like a water balloon, say it's a water balloon. It's gonna swish down, right? It's not just gonna go like, it's not just gonna be like, I'm gonna sit like this. Because that wouldn't really make sense. The water would want to slosh downwards and kind of fill out as much space as possible. So that's the practice I was practicing there. But at the same time, I could give it a bit more of a curve. At the same time, I think I could totally do that. Hold on. Let me... Right, these are still sketch lines, so we might just, you know, redo parts anyways, but let's try this. Oh, not quite. Then up. That's not quite. Oh, no, actually, that's a little bit more in line with what I was thinking. I made it subtly more curved. I can curve it more. I think I'll need to use the manual method. Like, take that line out and fully draw the top line above that. What? Hold on. Are you saying just... You say you just want this all gone? That I have to admit that's a little disappointing to hear. So you don't like any of the squish or anything? Earlier you approved the squish, so I'm a little confused. Top part? Oh, all right. I'm gonna save 2 versions because I spent an hour on that and I'd like to keep it on the side. So I'm going to do that because I don't like throwing away an hour of work. So you don't want the belt. So the squishing in front of the foot. This. So okay, well. I mean, you're the commissioner, so, you know. You have a particular belly style you like. I'm okay with that style. I just thought I could put logical weight to it, that's all. You're basically asking me, you asked me to draw something that doesn't actually make sense, and that kind of hurts a little bit. But, I mean, you just like the round shape, I get it. I was applying the round shape to what I was doing. But I guess any extra detail throws it off for you. I'll probably just run the stream late and do it in one session, by the way. So you'll get your project faster. Honestly, this line art is more or less just going to be a kind of copying what I did before, but just refining it a bit more. It's okay. I've seen it before. I've seen that interest type actually on like DeviantArt and stuff. It's okay. Again, you paid for it and you paid good for it, so it's fair. I just might keep that other version for myself. Oh, it's not really about overwork. Well, I guess it's a potential risk, but... So, the main thing I'm doing is I'm just writing over my lines and just cleaning up any sketchy bits. I don't know how late you have, but... I'll, If you like how it is currently, then I think I should be able to finish it up regardless of if you need to go. We'll see. I guess, technically, right, you still need to do the other payment. I'll just hold on to my work until you got the other payment. I trust you for it, so I don't mind finishing up the project. I'll just make sure to... I'll just give you the finished picture when other payment is available, basically. That seems fine. But I'll finish it, though, right now, though. So. Hopefully this looks good at the end. I'm pretty picky with how I like Scrafties. So I get it. In fact, I don't even like how they're traditionally drawn. I like them drawn this weird custom way. Okay, Jake. I mean, it doesn't... I don't know how that affects me, but... Alright. I mean, maybe it would affect... your ability to type. And... comment. And... maybe the quality at which you can watch the stream? True. Most of these lines will not look that different. I'm just going to be refining a few things that were a little more sketchy than other things. This should be fine. Mostly the face and the hands, I suppose. Tis. It's really just retracing all my steps, more or less. And then... well, that's basically it. The coloring should be actually really fast. No, I'll be applying an equivalent amount of shading that this picture has, I'd say. Unless you have a problem with that. Since you referenced this. So, sorry, it's kind of hard for me to understand, like... It's... When somebody doesn't want details, I don't know what I should be doing sometimes. Like, normally people don't turn down details, so... And I guess that's something I love doing, finding new things I can add to new details. That's kind of my art passion part of it. Like, what new details can I add here? What new details can I add there? So, basically, it's asking me to not do what comes naturally. So I don't... It's hard to know what to do at that point, you know? That's some angry eyes right there. I mean, you guys have seen how I cannot end some art projects. I'm like, oh, I'll add one more thing. Oh, I'll add one more thing. Like, I probably could do it forever if I wanted to. I guess I may be an amateur of line work, but I pride myself into whatever art project I put myself into. I usually get very... I can only work on projects that personally interest me. Just how my passion works. And one huge thing for me involving art is simply that I like to add details as I go. I like to find new ways to improve the picture that I'm working on. It's all part of what brings me joy with drawing. But, I mean, okay, the idea of losing over an hour's worth of line work to reduce the level of detail, it is itself very disappointing, which is what happened here. But beyond that, let me get to a song that I could talk over. All this loud shit. I think this was a quieter one. So, I mean, it's his commission. He paid well for it. So he'll definitely he's getting what he wants. That's, you know. But I will say this is going to be a one-session picture, not a two-session. aka I'm going to spend much later tonight working on this than I originally planned. Because once I put this down, I'll definitely have a hard time returning to it. Because this did kind of kill my passion entirely. So the main problem is that I was asked to do something that, well, it's just how he likes it, but it's actually illogical. If you have a heavy belly, unless it's full of air, I suppose, which if I'm correct, this picture did not have air inflation. But things have weight, things sit with weight, and I added details for that portrayal. So, and then I was asked to remove them. So, I feel like if my goal with taking like projects, if my goal of working with line work is to try to improve the quality of my line work and how I'm using it and working it better in a physical space and working across anatomy and physics and gravity and such better. Well, I still drew it. I'm glad I still drew it because that still taught me something, but it just sucks I can't practice that in full with this commission, but I'm honestly fine with changes. Like, if a commissioner wants changes, I'm fine with that. It's like, it's understandable if there's a change that you need or something, but it's just, it breaks my brain to be asked for less detail, because that's not normally something people ask for. Normally, if somebody gets more detail than they expected, they're usually just like, oh, that was nice. But again, he just likes it this particular way, which I admit I don't understand how one would like something in less detail. That is to say, like, basically, if more detail is added, it becomes less, like, interesting. I guess I can kind of understand it for, like, maybe something toony, because cartoon style can be simple, and I guess maybe there I would understand it a little bit, but Look, I can't control how I feel, and I'm bummed. Today's been a bumming out day. I was starting to regenerate my positivity a little bit. Today really sucked, but I was starting to get a little bit of my positivity back as I worked on this, and it was like, oh, this is coming along. And since that was the one main thing making me feel positive, losing that kind of just, it spiraled me a bit. Today just has not been a good day. In fact, expect this stream to go very, very long. Once this line work is done, I do flat colors. Once that's done, I do cell shades. Kind of casual cell shades. It's probably going to be simpler than my normal shading. After that, technically the project would be done, but it will be done. But what I might do is continue to stream much later than I probably should, just because I kind of want to switch off to something that I actually enjoy working on. Even if it's really late and I'm really tired, I just want to switch to a project that I enjoy again, basically. Before I took this commission, there was actually something planned for today. Before I took the commission, there was, I mean, no, not the Mega Pony. I think, unfortunately, this is demotivated. Unfortunately, this is kind of demotivated my desire to do line work right now. Hopefully not for long, because I'd like to continue to practice it, but... Nah, I'll just go back to colored. I mean, I don't know what the day change it over really changes for me. Also, you're in a different time zone. Well, actually, no, you're in the same time zone. Yeah. Goodbye, Blood. I mean, I might do another... I don't know, man. Today sucks. I don't know what I feel like right now. I started today's stream doing poorly. Not sure how I feel right now. I'm gonna have to clean that up later. I'll see. These large sweeping lines are always such a problem. You know, I probably can, I probably don't have to really repeat the... It just kind of occurred to me that I probably could have just cleaned up what I had in several places. Probably could do that with the belly lines, because I spent a lot of time with the belly lines, so there are... The sketch lines for the belly were already pretty clean, so... I'd probably just take those. I still learned some very useful things today. Like, artistically. And even if I had to, you know, remove some details, I still drew those details. I still learned... I ended up brainstorming a hell of a lot with those details. So, I kind of... That knowledge will stick, which is nice. Like, I know how to do that in the future, kind of stick. But yeah, I felt, I have to admit, I as everybody was trying to talk about why I'm... Remember how I'm a heart on my sleeve sort of guy? I've mentioned this numerous times. I don't want to make the commissioner feel like crap right now. Because he's tuning in, you know. I'm not angry, and I'm not trying to be bummed out. Like, that's a weird statement to say, but I wish I could just go, okay, whatever, and not care that much, but yeah, it's just not how I am, I guess. And today was... If today was better, if the day hadn't started with me being told that people are talking behind my back about what a scumbag I am, then maybe I would have... Maybe I'd be slightly better at staying positive. But that was, You know, just people... I'll let somebody else explain if they want. Several of you know at this point. I have yet to see the reach of the issue, though. Like how far people are going to take me calling me a scumbag, considering when is yet to be determined. We'll see. I should also note the commissioner of this picture is feeling bad about this. Bumming me out, that is. Though really, commissioner, you're not... It's not just you, man. It's been a whole bunch of factors put together into just feeling sad. Actually, maybe instead of doing another art project after this, you know what I'm going to do? I'm gonna play some games or something. I'll figure it out. I just need something. I need to hang out with you guys some more, assuming you guys want to stick around, and just do something else. I know in the mood that I am currently in, with everything that's been going on, it's probably not a good idea for me just to be alone. I know, I got Aragon here, but he's going to bed if he hasn't already. And Commissioner, I would have rather had what you need and what you requested is far better than the other stuff I was dealing with, trust me. At least you're not, unlike the other people, you're not a jerk, you know. You just have your particular way you want something, and there was a miscommunication. Or I guess if anything really affected me, it's not the fact that you wanted this certain way, but the fact that I spent over an hour working on the thing I threw away. I have a particular problem with losing work. But that was a miscommunication. You didn't... It's really neither person's fault. That I went that far along in that. Without knowing that you wanted it different. And you were in like negative 40-degree weather. So I could kind of understand, like, maybe why you weren't thinking super critically about it at that time. Dude, you were doing your job. I understand it. I understand. You were distracted at the time. It makes sense. Especially, if I was in that weather, I don't even think I could think in the first place, so... You probably still did better than I could have done in your shoes. Thank you, Crimson. And I know, I saw your offer, and... That's kind of you, but I do think that you're paying enough already, so... I appreciate it, but I don't want somebody to pay more money to me just because they feel bad. And, I mean, I guess I can't control you from tipping, like, if you decide you want to, but... I don't... It's alright. You don't have to worry about it. 4:38 a.m. is just a normal enough time for it to be awake for me. It's not even that unusual. Let's see, is this cleaner? I want to compare my lines real fast. Looking good. By the way, if you're curious about the other thing, some of you know of this picture, some of you don't. Let me show you. The next art stream will be this. What? The Great Doodles. Oh, I see. What did I title it that way? Oh, I like how I left myself a big old note because I knew I'd forget. But anyways, I'll be coloring this later. Something I wanted to get around to. But, you know, bummed aspects of this picture aside, like, I did it. I mean, I'm not done, but I certainly did it. At this point, it's just a matter of following my own lines. And the coloring phase and everything is... I am a colorist. That's not a problem. That's the easy part. So, it's like, it's good to see that I was able to take Key's advice and figure out that sketching is actually a thing I can kind of do. I still don't know if I sketched. I guess I did because I kind of loosened up about the line work I was doing, so it was a sketch. That's why we're redrawing it. That's why we're putting new lines on top. Though admittedly, a lot of these lines probably could just be transplanted in, but yeah, tit for tat. It would be the consistent and professional thing to do would be to use new lines like I'm doing, so. Yeah, that's the thing, though. Like, I'm always unconfident with lines, so the fact that I was able to do it is good. I think you've taught me, or at least reminded me, that if I have an animation cell from the anime, when it comes to Pokemon art, if I have an animation cell from the anime and featuring a Pokemon to use as a reference for a pose, that is exceptionally useful for me. Like, that works really well. Because I can use that as a basis and then, like, go from there, you know? You directly handed me a cell, which kind of reminded me, like, oh yeah, that's right, that's how I would actually do it. Well, thank you, Unholy. Less detailed belly or not, it is still a good picture, I suppose. Thanks for at least letting me keep the upper portion. Nah, because, like, how the chest meets. Because otherwise that would have looked really, really weird to me if I hadn't had that. I don't think I could have... I think it would have been hard for me to figure out a different way of drawing that part. I'm still a little leery about hands. I think the hands that I have here are fine, but... hands are stupid. They're hard. Hard to do perfectly. I think I'll just accept the hands... I'll accept the hand I've been dealt. Yeah, sure. I just thought you were gonna add tits to it. Yeah, you got a little passionate about that one. Understandable, really, because it would have been kind of unnecessary and not to the point of the picture. Unlocked. Memory. Does that work? Yeah, I guess it does. I'm not exactly against it, but I actually kind of prefer... I don't mind subtle moves, but like straight up big ass titties on a reptile, just I don't know. It's not really that interesting in my opinion. I kind of prefer it logical. Well, sometimes. Then again, I'm bound to throw an udder onto pretty much anything, so I don't know. I'm weird. I don't like hands. Hands are just... I just realized if I add a little... There we go. A little... I'm plumping the digits just a little bit, because it makes them less flat, I guess. Like, it's subtle, but basically what I did, like, I was previously just doing, like, but now I'm doing, basically, It does make a difference. Small breasts, or maybe like a bust, kind of like a more busty chest without actually breasts, that's also fine. Like, it's okay to have some chest, you know, definition, definitely. You know what? I really hope I feel better soon, though, because I'll be quite honest with how I feel. I don't think I can do poker roll. So hopefully poker roll doesn't come up before my affiliates change. I guess it largely depends on how much longer people decide to be jerks to me. Oh, wait, hold on. I realized how to do the hand better all of a sudden. Look, I curved it, and now it's better. Yeah. It does look better that way. Probably... I mean, you don't need to kill him, but I guess I won't stop you if you rough him up a little. I don't know. Cool. Hands. Now you just need to remember to do that on the other hand, which, yeah, that should be easy enough. Just need to get a curve. People like to pick on people a lot. Like to pick on people a lot that like furries. Yeah. Well, in my case, they picked on a topic that is a serious topic, but also they're misinterpreting it and accusing me of things I'm not doing. What a heckin' day, really, though. A lot of you are like, Charm, you should just rest and not do a stream that day or whatever, and a lot of times it's like, sure, like, A lot of people don't understand just how much hardship I go through sometimes. It sucks, but it's just kind of how it is. A hug? I mean, not that anybody can give me one. Not a bad idea, though. I guess internet hugs are nice, though. I'm gonna redo that line. And also I'm gonna do this. And then... yeah, that's fine, I guess. Zoom hug. Careful, high velocity hugs can cause serious harm. What I just don't understand is, even when you try to do everything right, or you just try to be a generally chill person, there's still people that violently hate you, and I just never understand that. Like, I try so goddamn hard to just not be a problem for people, but... oh, I'm sorry, I guess I have an interest that you hate, so, whoops. My apologies for finding positivity in something. Sometimes. Despite my good nature, sometimes, man. Sometimes it's just like, you know, if everything went up in flames, I wouldn't care. It's like, you know what? Give the people out there, don't care. I mean, I also care, though. That's the thing. These people are at risk for triggering my cold side. My cold side is not necessarily aggressive, but my cold side is absolutely heartless. Basically mind form. For those keeping track. I can be shockingly cold, given what most people would expect from me. I can be shockingly cold. If you see me ever be shockingly cold, you can bet I got pushed to that place. Again, it's not a hostility, it's just I am shockingly uncaring if, like, I hear about somebody bad died, and I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. I don't... alright, that happened. I cannot feel any emotions about it besides... you know, that sort of thing. But... sometimes, man. But anyways, good night to you, creature. Echo chambers are terrible. Useless. Completely lacking in critical thought. Something, the warmest people can also have the coldest hearts sometimes, or something, I don't know. That's not actually a statement, but I do think that if one focuses on being one thing for a while, when they actually do, you know, if somebody's focused on being emotional and empathetic and warm, then whatever pushes them to stop being that way really sends them the other direction, I think. Hence, why you guys can't even fathom how cold I can get. And if somebody truly hurts / upsets me, that's what I get. I get cold. But, Okay, we're coming along well here. I know it seems a bit slow, but admittedly the belly will be pretty fast to line over. It's just the... Well, especially if I... I really could just take the belly lines and transplant them in. Actually, what lines were they? They were the... Okay. Let me just turn that layer off. I'll work on everything besides the belly, and then I'll go down to the belly. And just move it over from the other layer. It would actually be pretty efficient. Considering I was deliberating on those belly lines so much, I ended up not really sketching them. I was just kind of lighting them, so there's really no reason to redo them. Just be a real waste of time. I'll just pull them over and do touch-ups if there is any sketchiness still on them. Damn it, it's one of those lines where I have to curve it again. Not quite. First thing you could ever do is piss off someone that's super nice, because when they snap you better run and hide. I honestly think that's... The people who are truly just like nice all the time, they're putting in fucking effort to do that. I legitimately think that's true. Like, they're putting in strong effort, so if that effort runs out, then yeah, you should be worried. I mean, if you're not an asshole, if you're not one of the people that is attacking them or whatever, you're fine, probably, but like... For instance, nobody really has anything to fear of me if they are a friend. Or at least, you know, at the very least, just if you're a decent person, you have no worries. You have no reason to fear me. I might be in a mood that creeps you out, but it won't be directed at you. Is that line okay? Yeah, that's fine. I added an extra little wrinkle to the nose. It improves the glare, I feel. You know, normally name calling stuff doesn't really bother me. I've mentioned this before. Like, when people talk shit about me, whatever, it's... Usually doesn't affect me, but it does affect me when people are doing what they were doing earlier, like I mentioned earlier. That specific topic just pisses me off. Just like, man, don't mess with that topic. It's fucking sick to just address that topic in such a haphazard, oh, I'm gonna accuse somebody of this sort of way. Yeah, when I get accused of that definitely puts me into a depression. It's not really happened before, admittedly. Like, I've been accused of other things, but... I knew eventually somebody would, though, about this topic. Just had a feeling. It's the topic that everybody likes to throw out there if they want to create hate for somebody. I have curiosity. Okay. Doggo plus Doggo? Good combination. I guess I'm just fucking disappointed, man. It's okay, Hyper. fine. Are you saying you're sorry for leaving now, or you mean you're sorry for leaving earlier? I guess you're leaving now. Okay, well, bye. I'll see you later. Is that claw too big? Nah, I guess it's fine. Make it a little shorter. That'll do. So I didn't sharpen that. A floating target, said Key. I mean, find proof beyond fictional content and, well, sure. The problem is it doesn't exist, so they won't. It's not really a problem for me, it's a problem for them, but... Yeah, those look better. Honestly, I'm okay with the art situation now. I will say, nah, like I said, I don't. Unless you force a tip on me, you don't have to pay any extra. But the gesture was appreciated. It was nice of you to say that, and it's nice that even if it created even if this commission maybe had a slight issue, it's nice to see, you know, that you're a good guy, and that does help. Just the gesture itself helped. So I'm not really, I mean, admittedly, I kind of had a mood cascade, I suppose, when that happened, but really the main thing affected me was the stuff from before. Which, again, I don't know if it's just going to blow over with some assholes being assholes, and that's it, or if they're going to try and make it a bigger thing. It's hard to tell. The thing that pisses me off the most, I suppose, is the fact that it's assholes doing unsubstantiated things, but yet the ball's in their court. They have the ability to do that. They have the ability to get people mad at me, if people so choose to listen to them. And all I can do, really, is just sit by and watch people get outraged, hate me, spend time watching me, and eventually figure out, oh wait, he's not actually doing anything. Aside from, you know, the fictional content that people are judging, but... Unfortunately, there's not a lot I can do, right? It's more up to other people. Because anything I say in my defense is like, well, of course he's going to say that, you know, sort of thing. So it's really, I'm really relying on other people for this one. Those that wish to defend me may do so. This will be your time to shine. Oh, Burner, today was a bad day. It's fine. You're fine. The internet has part of the internet has decided that I should be a target. Basically. Because I have some weird interests in some of them. Like, weird fictional interests specifically. And one of those weird fictional interests is something that people get up in arms about. Because they feel that it is basically a sure, as far as they seem to be reacting whenever I see it happen, they treat it as a surefire sign that, oh, he likes that thing in fiction, he must like it in real life too. He's an asshole, he does that in real life, I bet. That's how people interpret this particular fictional interest, unfortunately. And yes, I have that interest, and if that makes people mad, that's alright, fair enough, I guess, but to accuse me of doing real-life shit that is literally immoral and illegal and against my own standards? No. Long-time follower, serve worker, you probably know them, yeah. I addressed it earlier, but I just don't feel like repeating it on stream again. Not really a topic I like to give a ton of attention because it's just, again, I'm vehemently against that in real life. But some people do not understand the divide between fiction and reality. Something that is typically respected and typically, you know, these same damn people will go play Grand Theft Auto, shoot up a police station, have sex with a hooker, and go like, huh, that was a good time, and then they'll go online and say, he likes that fictional interest, he's a scumbag. Fucking, they don't even get it. Oh yeah, those still exist, by the way, but I can't upload more. Even if I wanted to. It's not really something I do anymore, but I don't mind them existing. But now the website doesn't allow you one just to upload for free. That's kind of shitty, actually. No, you can't do it for free anymore. I just was like, shrug, I suppose that's fine. I don't need to upload anymore anyways. Yeah, they did that too. I guess everybody's doing that. Of adult content site types anyways. Yeah, they're still up. They didn't get removed or anything. It's kind of an odd conversation topic. For anybody who's curious what the hell he's talking about, I have some real life self vids that I put up a while back, a long time ago. Just me flaunting, basically. That was before I was in a relationship with Aragon and stuff, so... He probably wouldn't want me making those, but he doesn't really care that they exist. Like, he probably wouldn't want me making new ones a bit. Just flopping. I posted something... No, not those. They're different. Those videos were me showing... well, okay, I guess the one of me showing my belly was kind of like that, but I mean... What we're discussing is much spicier than those. Which is why I'm not going into detail. Let's just say I had certain, like, personal talents that was fun to record for video. Oh, that's okay, Blake. Alright, settle down. Settle down there, Birder. This is a safe for work stream. Ish. Safe for work more than... You know, it's a mood thing for me. Sometimes I adore safe for work art way more. Sometimes I look at an SFW picture, I'm like, eh. And then I look at, like, a cute puppy picture, so I'm like, yeah, it's perfect. This is what I want right now. Sometimes safe for work art is just way more appealing. Sometimes doing something in safe for work form is just more interesting. Damn it, I can't draw a line. Nothing furry is safe for work. Yes, exactly. What? Yeah, that's... I don't know why I'm struggling so much with these lines. They don't actually matter that much. They're just kind of there for detail. Doesn't even matter if they're put perfectly in or not. That being said... That'll do. Ish. Yeah, that's fine. Detail lines are weird, where it's like it's not trying to really present anatomy, it's just trying to add detail. That's true, Disney does have that. Because sometimes you just want to draw something spicy and it's kind of normal, at least if you're an adult. The original image, yeah. Wouldn't that vault be interesting to, like, see? You have to wonder what exactly is in there. It's a historical porn vault, too. It's been around for a while. It's vintage porn. Well, some of it is, anyways. Oh yeah, Key, I've heard of that too. I'm not sure if that one was just a rumor. The vault's been confirmed. Oh, dude, Robin Hood? I've seen some great art of Robin Hood, not from the Steam Board vault. Do not have insider knowledge, but I mean, Robin Hood's a pretty cute character in the Disney show. Actually, does raise a good question. How far back does the artwork in that vault go? That is a good question. Did Walt ever draw any? How about Walt? Did Walt ever draw any, or is it just other people? See, these are the important questions we gotta ask. I mean, I've seen joke porn. It's kind of amusing. You're never quite sure where it fits on the line of somebody drew this for the lols or somebody drew this because they liked it. I mean, in the middle of this conversation, yeah, go ahead, no, as long as it's clean. I'm a little suspicious somebody's saying, can I show a quick link in the middle of a conversation like this? But as long as it's clean, go right ahead. I mean, it probably is, but... Press X to doubt. Let's see here. Oh! Octopus Lady. I like it. But not Octopus Lady in the sense of, oh god, tentacles way, just Octopus Lady. For everybody scared of the lake, I mean. Even it's really bizarre because you can find it's not meant for porn, but it's totally there. Basically, is the way I would describe it. Like, I don't think it's supposed to be there, but it's there. You made that? Oh, you mean you drew that yourself? You did? If you can draw in that quality, why the hell did you want to commission me? I am nowhere near that level of talent right now. I appreciate it, though. Even RSD breaks, to be fair, it is hard to draw everything yourself. I pay for someone to do the shade part, because I can't do that. Oh, that's fair. Even minus the shading, though, that's some really good quality. Mascot? That's the otter. That's one of the otter pronunciations of mascot I've seen. Three mouths. You had to mutate your body just to draw that picture. 3 months to draw though, like how on and off, or like how much art time would you? How many hours did you put in? Would you say? Actually, 1 second. Give me some, really quick. I need to get a message to Cairo. Let's see. I didn't. Ergo doesn't care about Valentine's Day. There we go. 78-ish hours. Oh boy. I saw what you said there. Nah, and I had some projects that lasted around that time. I know how that feels. Those are some lovely starting lines. He even started with traditional work. That's cool. They shared stuff in private. Chocolate Appreciation Day? Well, it probably is for Fluffs. With how much he likes stuffed chocolate, I bet that's how he spent his Valentine's Day, just having a date with chocolate. Seems like a Fluffs thing to do. What time is it? No, it's only a little after midnight. Not that long. Yeah, I like that remix too. Oh, the final boss of Treasure Adventure game. Let me rotate the canvas. Upbeat Lavender Town, also known as Gold, Silver, Crystal Lavender Town. I do not play War Thunder. And okay, nah, you have a good meal. I ate half of my food from earlier. I still have food left, but later. I'll eat more of it later. At least I don't think I play War Thunder. I kind of forgot what it is. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I don't play that one. Isn't it a mobile game anyways? Okay. You gotta follow. Yeah, it works, I guess. I actually am about done with the line work, because I can just pull in the other lines from the other layer after I finish the footsies here. Well, I still need the tail, but pubs, big pubs. Yeah, I don't know. War of Thunder doesn't look really that interesting to me, though, if I recall. Not really like huge on military games, particularly. That's fair. I don't really game aside from streaming anyways, actually. Don't really have time for it. What, you know this music? I'm actually surprised, because nobody knows this music normally. This is from Tome. It's not a game. It's an animation show. Multiple episodes. They're making a game, though. Yeah, Gerudo Valley. Yeah, I can hear it. Still like good music for this. I'll play more of it. Yeah, look up Tome Terrain of Magical Expertise. Hi, Bidoof. I mean, I played Ginger Impact. It has some good music, I guess, yeah? Yeah, looks good. Looks like a tail. Alright, now let's pull in the, Alright. Let's pull this down. There we are. And I will need to clean up the lines a bit, but... Oh, that's right. The belly itself is quite messy. It needs to be redone. But I can salvage the rest. A little bit of cleanup here and there. Because I had to stretch the belly so it doesn't look good, the line. Definitely needs to be redone. A Venipede? Named after me? This sounds fine. Let's see here. Parts I like. Parts I don't need to redo are what I don't select I don't need to redo, so. This part needs to be redone. No, honestly. We're just going to do the big circle part, redo it, and otherwise we're good. So let me rip that out. So put a low opacity and then okay. Now we just draw, or rather. Okay. And if I'm not mistaken, after this line is done, I believe that's it for the line work. And we can, and we color it and do the shady and then be done. Admittedly, it's a difficult shape to just smoothly color, do a big line around. So hopefully this is working. Let's see. Yeah, so far so good. Touch-ups may be required, but we'll worry about that at the end. Sometimes I can only draw a line when I'm at when my stylus is at a particular angle, and it's like, what angle do I need though? Sometimes it's just good to rotate the paper, yeah. Sometimes I'm just like drawing a line over and over again, hoping to get that lucky. Got half of it, so I guess I'll take it. That lucky bit of like, yes, it landed just where I needed it to. Good. Is that good enough? Yeah. It's probably fine. It's all a question of what's the magical angle. Honestly, the most daunting type of line is the one that just goes on forever like this. This is all just one line, but Lord sakes, I can't draw it in one go, you know? Maybe a really crazy, cool artist could, but I not me. It's a matter of patience and getting around and eventually completing it. But see, the trick is not only do I have to line around this, but I need to make these separate lines look, you know, connected. They can't look super disjointed. That would look bad. So I'm just waiting for that special pen stroke that works for the situation before I move to the next one. And on and on and on and on. Oh, unholy. Of course, they're called unholy because that was a sacrilegious pun. Dang it. New angle. Fully upside down now. Might help though. Yeah, I think that works. And that's almost good. Let's see, clean it up. Come on, me. Straight it out, whatever. Okay. No, actually, not quite right. Almost. Let's work backwards, actually. Upward strokes will be a nice change of pace. know what? It's connected. I'll touch it up more in a minute. It being connected is what matters. There. Okay. Doing a comfortably rounded line is harder than it seems. That said, I more or less succeeded. Just need to touch up the top part a little bit more. And while I'm at it, clean back the trim back the little. I suppose this looks suitable. Too much. Subtle little curve here would be useful. There, how's that? That's a lot better. Okay. Save. So there is one detail missing. I actually don't know how to do it because the eyes are too small in that picture. So let me just... Okay, yeah, so black and then... Okay. It's it all top side. Okay. Also, wait. Right. Right! I forgot that a detail I did was actually, was actually a placeholder, but I forgot. I just copied it. The actual eye style needs to be done a little differently. Not that what we had was unworkable, but it's not my style. Okay. What I had was similar to what we want, but we want to extend ours out a bit more. Like this. Because we're going to have eyes to work with, right? Which direction should he be looking, I wonder? has that positioning, but pretty suitable. I get a straightforward look from him, personally. Okay. Well, actually. Pretty good. And just one more thing I want to see. These should be on the top part with the shine. Yeah, makes sense. These are certainly good eyes. They're very intense, but I think that's kind of good. I mean, given what he's seeing like. Right. And then I'll probably just put it here. I'll have to think about it, actually. Where do I want it? Rather than... It's one of those cases where I... Where do I put it? That picture's not really helping me, actually. Actually, wait. Just an observation. That's better there. Okay. It's actually a really unusual angle for eyes for me. I'm just trying to think how to do it. Kind of. Maybe this would be easy to figure out in the coloring phase, actually. Once I add some colors down with the eyes, it'll be a lot easier to figure out the black part of the eye. We'll just think about how that is for now. Okay. What else am I forgetting, if anything? Nope, that was it, actually. Nope, not quite, actually. There's one little thing I forgot. And... I think I'm satisfied now. Right, oh. There. Just want to see something. Okay. I like it too, nah. I think this will do. Do you want him snorting a little steam since he seems all intense and stuff? Or like smoke, rather, I mean. That's like the only other thing I can think of right now. I gotta say, even without those additions I kind of dig at the bottom of the belly, this does look pretty good. And I made the bottom still a bit flat, so it does look like it's sitting. We'll be adding the fire during the coloring phase. As, following the anime example, the anime's fire is usually lineless. So I'll be doing something like this. Yeah. Also, this is the credits song for Tome. It's quite good. Terrain of magical expertise. Also, one moment. It's good. It's really good song. There we go. The question is, what is this big-bellied Charizard gonna do? I'm kind of curious, like, what be his purposes? Smothered. Okay, color time. I guess to simply ask you, nah. Do you want me to follow the colors of the well, the Leon picture? Not this one. This one. Okay, no. Do you like these colors best? Or do you like these colors better? Because they are different hues, so I figured I'd ask which one you prefer. This one? Okay. I mean, I'm not complaining. That is a... this one has a very similar color scheme to my Charmeleon self. Listen, Charizards are built for sumo wrestling by default. Default Charizard is fat. So, just gonna put that there. Alright, let's do some color. I'm gonna make a BG layer. It's gonna be... I know you wanted a black background, so I'm gonna give you that. Though admittedly, though, right off the bat, though, I'm having this, because this helps me color. This is a good shade for it. Alright, let's start with... Oh yeah, he's in my server. But you're right about a different name. I'm not saying too much, because I know that he has... So this picture isn't just a random commission. I can't say too much, but... it's for a project, so I guess that also is why there's such specifications as there was about it. It's for a project. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that'll turn out, actually. Faticate? All Raticates should be Faticates. How big... Wait, how big a canvas was this? Pretty big, actually. I do have to say, some of my worries with the whole, Wow, I hate my own line art, I just realized, for coloring. For the purposes of coloring, my line work is very thin, and that's technically fine. It looks good. But it also makes it hard to color it. Oh well. Like, I just realized, like, my line work is not my favorite line work to color. Interesting.
The master of right and wrong.
Oh god, this song. I forgot about this one.
Name that's not too long. For this is my theme song. Nylok, the dragon of destiny. Be you ally or threat. On this you can bet. This day is for you and me.
This is for Dialogue the Dragon. He's kind of great.
That shall light up the shining sun.
Tome Trey and Magical Expertise is kind of a Sword Art Online style game where, or a show where all the characters are playing a game. It's like a virtual reality game. So Nylok's the only character of the party, of the main group, that won't ever stop role playing. He never OOCs. He's pretty great. Like I said, Tome's music is good. That's why I have the soundtrack. You want to watch an episode after I finish this picture? I don't see any problem with that. It's an independent animation. I don't have to worry about like copyright strikes and stuff. Most of bridges are pretty interesting. And Kermit for May Tome, yes. Trey of Magical Expertise was actually a sort of retelling of an old Flash animation they did. This is such a punk rock style of this song. I kind of like it. What's Ray roleplay? The fat girl doing a thing with a Transformer once a little sick and never look at them the same ever again. Didn't the third Transformers movie literally have a Transformers dangling balls joke at one point? I'm pretty sure it did. I'm pretty sure it was in a trailer, and that's why I know about it. So don't worry, man. It wasn't the writer of that story that thought of that first. Probably. And the toaster was helping his girlfriend. Sounds like a final plot revelation for like a movie spoiler. It was the toaster the whole time. I don't know. Oh, sorry, the RC car. That makes a very big difference. She got blacklisted from Hollywood? Oh my god. Well, that's just scummy.
No matter the cost of victory, I'm coming back every time.
And I don't care how many tries it takes. I know that eventually I'll beat you tonight. Whoa, whoa. Tonight. Oh, yeah. Won't you tell me how to play my game? 'Cause you don't know I'm winning. You don't have a clue what I'll be thinking.
One second. Alright, sorry about that. What are you guys talking about? Transformers X Tom's Tank Engine? Uh oh. That's just a... I just never heard this one before, but that immediately made me go, no. Uh oh. And Thomas thought that felt very unusual. Yo, you... I mean, feel free to look for it if you want. Tis your prerogative, after all. / funeral. Now, but cursing concepts aside, I find them funny. Again, as my attitude always is, as long as you're not hurting anybody. That being said, I feel like by my standards, like that Transformers 3 thing I mentioned, that what I saw in the trailer, that and that one actress getting over-sexualized for no fucking reason. It's an action movie. Why, you know? Stuff like that's in poor taste. Some people might consider me to, in their opinion, cross boundaries, being that I am into a lot of weird things, but I have standards and limitations that fucking mainstream media doesn't even seem to have, so, eh. It was time for Thomas to leave, but as he had seen everything. Oh shoot, that reminds me of a song. I'm pretty sure this song was actually copied off of an existing song. Which I kind of want to hear now, but it would be a copyright claim for sure if I played it. But it just occurred to me, I think this song is ripping that song off. It starts the same way. That's fine, I don't mind. Not Michael Jackson, actually. It's, oh heck, let me just quickly look up what the name of the song was again. It's in my other music folder called DMCA Don't Play Live. Now let's see here. It was Tears of Joy, the band Tears of Joy, Walking in the Rain, and also Sunstroke Project's remix of it. If you like this style and you think it sounds Michael Jackson-y, you should listen to that. Those songs are very Michael Jackson-y too. You might like them. It's a good song, good melody. Oh, by the way, hey, speaking of music, did Dosa Buckley, anybody watch that guy, Dosa Buckley on YouTube? He recently put out a video about how YouTube has finally stated clearly what counts as like adult content and etc. and what counts as like stuff that demonetizes you. And guess what? In summary, there's absolute fucking favoritism. There's things like, oh, you can't cuss and stuff or you get demonetized unless you're a music video. Sexual content like this is not allowed except for music videos. YouTube has basically put a policy set up such that all those shitty like rap songs with terrible videos that over-sexualize women and stuff and say a bunch of terrible words and stuff, those videos could still be monetized on the YouTube platform because YouTube doesn't want to lose the you know, views and revenue that they get out of those, you know, like music labels and those artists putting out those shitty music videos. And drugs, of course, drugs. Drugs are fine too, if it's a music video. But of course, if you're not doing a music video, or more specifically, if you're not some sort of musician that makes music videos and YouTube wants to coddle to, then you can't do any of that shit. But the music videos can. Because what are standards, right? But a thing to be broken, apparently. I'm not blaming all rap, mind you. Is it okay to play Zone Runner's music? Or did I put that in my DMCA folder? Let's see. I did put it in my ZM folder. That's too bad. Zone Runners. I don't know if they go after people or not. Maybe I should just pop them a message. They're an independent band. They've got a strong, like, online presence. I could probably poke them. Ask, hey, if your music plays in one of my art streams, is that bad? Like, is that bad, or do you care? I like your stuff. Look up Zone Runners if you want some good rap. Really solid. I actually really enjoy them. They're Sonic themed. It's Zone Runner. It's not just rap. No, it's not just rap. It's music videos. Rap's just an easy pick as to what has drugs, sex, and a lot of vulgarities in it. Rap isn't rap often has that, but it's hardly the only one. A lot of pop music does too, honestly, when you think about it. Thanks for the follow. The problem is that a lot of rap is lazy, uninspired, shitty rap that's just trying to be all gung-ho and macho and fucking gross usually. That's where rap sucks. But rap where the artists are actually being creative, like actually presenting an interesting narrative and using music in an effective manner rather than just turning on their fucking Casio keyboard and like making it play samples for them. Like seriously, just because it's rap, just because it's focused on speech doesn't mean you just doesn't mean that it's okay to phone in the music. Oh, so you're a rapper from a candy bar. I mean, those are the rappers I visit the most. Or I pay attention to the most. Fat dog here. Note to south, try drawing thicker lines next time. Wait, wasn't I drawing in size... Guys, I drew this entire picture with the line work of size 5. I point this out because I never use size 5, I use size 7. What the fuck did I use size 5? Oh hey, it's that raccoon that throws bombs song from Tome. I'm just so confused why. Normally I use, if you see the pin where my mouse is, 1, 3, 7, 14. Those are my most common line sizes I use for anything. But for some reason I decided to go off the middle row, even though I never do, and use size 5 for this picture. I'm not sure why I did that, but I guess it's fine. Maybe use size 5. No, I use size 7. Pretty sure. It's always size 7 for line work for me. At least usually. Oh, it's not just rap if you hate bass and subwoofers. It's not just rap to blame. Though quite honestly, yes, I don't understand the appeal of heavy amounts of bass. I generally don't like dubstep, but again, there's exceptions. Sonic After the Sequel showed me some really good dubstep. Guess what? Whenever it's used, whenever rap or dubstep or whatever is used in a creative fashion that actually adds to the effect of what they're pulling off, then hey, guess what? It works for me. Like, when it's actually creative, when it's actually still music. Oh. I'm disappointed in something. That's fine. Just occurred to me, I'm not putting a background to this picture. So technically I should just work with this. Actually, wait. No, you said you're gonna put this on pure black, right? Like just a black backdrop entirely? Yes. Okay. Then technically what I'm doing is unnecessary, because it won't show up with a black background. I was thinking about doing line touch-ups, but yeah, heck, it doesn't really matter. It's literally going to be invisible, so... One thing I learned as an artist is if something literally doesn't matter, don't spend time on it. It'll show up on a white background, but you're not using it that way, so... Background's going to be a PNG. Oh, fair. Sounds like folk roll music to you? Interesting. Wait, they're dead? That's weird. I didn't even check it that long ago. I still don't know why they did that. They used to let everybody upload now, and then they let nobody upload it. It's like, what? And now they didn't leave my content. It's like, what? I don't quite understand. Like, empty? Damn. I think I always locally save everything I create, whether it's that or something else. Some people were sleuthing it down, goddamn. If that's asked before and you're 18 plus, you can like DM me or something. I mean, I have the local files. I don't know. I don't really know if I have a place to upload it. I just realized I know what you're doing. Like, no, I think I know how you're, like, compositionally speaking, how you're using this picture. I think I get it. That'll be interesting. And in that case, I will touch up a little bit here and there. Just the more egregious moments where it might matter. There we go. This wouldn't matter if I didn't do such thin line work, but it's fine. Just in case, since you're going to be putting on a PNG. Hey, don't blame me, I was just curious. I mean, to be fair, Well, I don't blame you. They're actually pretty nice, that cult content. Let's see, what is a reasonable thing I could say about it on a stream? My content was unique because I actually did simulated vor, and what I mean by that is I didn't do real life vor because, well, that's, you know, like with real animals, because that's like fucking wrong. But what I did do is there's these rubber animals you can get from Walmart and other places like Walmart. They're just squishy animal toys filled with beads. And one can do the vors with them if one wishes to do so. They're fairly fun to do that with. Also, they're cheap, so, you know. Check your DMs, like, why? Oh, okay, yeah. Dude, I can't do it now. I'm drooling. It's okay. Stream froze for you. That's interesting. Stream seems to be running fine just now. This is fine already. You're the doof. Okay, no, yeah, I'll look forward to that. I actually have something on my FA account where I actually hollowed out one of these rubber animal toys, and since they got a big old cavity inside of them, and they're also really super stretchy, I hauled one out from its mouth, and then I did a little like comic scene thing where I stuffed another toy into their mouth and just straight up did vor one with the two toys. It was kind of amusing. It was fun. Yeah. Yep, I own a bunch of these things, so. Yep, lizard and T-Rex. Chameleon T-Rex, I think. Yeah, Key, if you got a lot of curiosity, just DM me too, I guess. If you haven't already. I think you're 18. You're adult age, right? I'm pretty sure I already established you are, but like in the previous conversation we had. I'm easygoing enough. I don't mind sharing this stuff, especially if that one site took everything down. That's kind of shit. Like, why would they do that? Don't remove my content, yo. Fair enough, Key. Everyone's 17 under ... Well, no, those people will never see that. Well, I mean, while they stay 17 or under, I guess. It's really annoying because there's really no place to host that aside from where it was. 27th of this month? What about it? Whose birthday? Yours? Or... Oh, you are of adult age, yes. I know you are, boy. This has been a weird topic of... The stream has had some really weird topics in it today. Yeah, I mean, well, maybe easy going about that shit. If you're trying to hunt that down, you're trying to hunt down anything adult, really. While not being 18 or older, I am upset with you because you shouldn't be seeing that. Let's see. Good night to you. No, oh yeah, sure. Anything else you'd like to know? Just if you like everything, just let me. I guess let me know if there's anything you need changed. I will present to you I will present the finished picture, but with a big ol' watermark all over it when I'm done tonight. I'll send that to your DMs, so you can have that as a progress report while we wait for the second payment. But you have a good night. There we go. Let's work it out, this Charizard. Oh! I'm dumb. Nice to remember what I color. Best to turn off density. I wasn't doing that. Silly me. Oh well. Thank you, Nah. Yeah, the color part, generally not the hard part for me, so. And I'll put on some nice cell shading. Nothing too overboard, but I will kind of copy about the same amount of detail as the image to the corner. Yeah, I was wondering why the color lines felt a little weird to me. That's why. because I didn't have the... Because I always turn off the density pressure thingy for coloring. Okay. There we go. It's pretty obvious what I've been drawing because I always publicize it. Looks right. That certainly counts. Oh. Yeah. God damn my own line work, though. It really is kind of a bit of a job to color. Oh well. Blue's Clues characters being lesbians. Sure, why not? No, artist who did that. I know an artist who did, like, Blue doing AV. I was like, I'm okay with this, I guess. This dog. Oh. Hi, Siri. The fill tool's being picky. I'm pretty sure he would be indifferent if you named the temple after him. So go ahead. I don't know why a temple, though. It seems a bit random. Alright, there we go. Sierra, I was just gonna finish it up because of a few different reasons. I'm a little disappointed because I had to remove some details that I liked, so it made me a little sad. But also kind of led me to the resolve if I'm wanting to finish it in one session. Plus, it's not worth coming back to for another session, really. It's just it's too close to done. It'd be silly. Plus, a commission that takes one session is rather than two is a good thing, really. This project will easily be under 12 hours. Once the flats are done, I just need to apply some cell shading. Haven't done cell shading in a while, but technically it's simpler than normal shading, my normal shading style. Well, technically it really is quite a lot simpler. You'll see, you'll understand when I do it. It also means no highlights, just shading. So... I did not, but I did get a reasonable amount. It's not quite that much, but it's not super far off. I should think about it. 10 hours of work. What is your math, actually? 10 hours of work, $150. What is that math you're doing? That is, how much is that per hour? Oh, 15. Okay. Well, I didn't get paid that much, but I can't give an exact number, but I will just say that I got paid over $10 an hour for this, so. Which, if you remember my track record with some developers attempting to make me go like, hey, if you stream this for a little bit, we'll give you like something, like $3, like, you know. When you compare it to certain things, this is a better deal. Something really weird just happened. Okay, it's weird. All right. I could have sworn that the colors I just placed like changed colors in certain spots. It might just be my imagination. I can't, apparently. Had 2 rough a day, no mental energy left. Can't do math. Stupid at it. Let's do music. And by music, I've listened to those songs recently, so I just want to switch to some other songs I hadn't listened to recently. $15 an hour for minimum wage? That's not bad. I guess from that understanding, Joltik, they literally got shit past the censors. I also don't know what entry you're talking about. Okay. I mean, I guess this would be warm. Doesn't really mean you should put it in your pocket, but... Black White? Yeah, I played that gen. It's the last gen I actually probably properly played through before I started Shield. Probably think you'd enjoy. Gens 3 through 5 kind of just made me go, eh. Like, they were good enough, I guess, but didn't have a spark. Like, they were better. They're certainly better than Sword and Shield, but I guess stuff started feeling really formulaic. It took me a long time before it did for everyone else. If that makes any sense. Yeah, by the time people were like, "Hey, wait a minute! I think Game Freak's being kind of lazy and not really doing too much to make these games stand out." Like, people really realized it when it came to Sword and Shield, because it's like, oh, finally we get a Pokemon console release. I mean, it's technically still a handheld, but tit for tat. Finally, we get a Pokemon console release. Now they can do something really impressive rather than just sticking to the handhelds. I knew why they stuck to the handhelds. I remember an old review or an old interview where, in slightly more clever language, they basically said, well, the reason we don't work on a mainline Nintendo console and we stick to the handheld Nintendo consoles is because we don't want to go to the extra effort. It was basically said in an interview, that exact thing, just in nicer words, like, we're more comfortable with the infrastructure, or we want to support the handheld market. But it was really clearly just, well, we understand this better, this is what we're used to, and we don't want to branch out. So really, I'm not that surprised that Sword and Shield were underwhelming for people. That interview happened around Black and White, I believe, actually. So, Game Freak copied out happened well before the release of Sword and Shield, and I honestly kind of saw this coming. Like them not trying that hard, that part. Whenever somebody talks about XD, it takes me a second to realize they're not just laughing. Childhood psychosis, by the way? I'm not sure what you mean by that, but it sounds bad. Is that like an actual, like, disease or something? I don't completely blame Game Freak, by the way, though, even so. Personally, I think they're burned out. In much the same way as those two companies I always forget the name of are probably burned out from making Call of Duty games every year. Treyarch and something else or other. Like, I know, big publisher dudes, I know it sounds like a great fucking idea. Hey, wait, why don't we just buy this company and make them make all the games for this one series, because that way they'll get really good at it and know how to do it. It'll be great. Because, you know, people love working on the same thing over and over and over again for years for a creative project, and that doesn't at all burns people out, does it? No, it's fine. People would love to do that over and over and over again without any change of pace. That works out well for everyone, right? I don't care how fun something is at first. If you've been doing it for 10 years, I bet it's not fun anymore. And Pokemon's been around for way longer than 10 years, I should point out. What was it? The 25th anniversary wasn't too long ago, right? So. That's funny. You think Nintendo cares about their game devs? That's hilarious. I'm sure Nintendo cares just as much about their game devs as they obviously care about their customers. And I'll leave it at that. Nintendo really makes it clear how much they care about their customers when they re-release old Wii U games for full price, because they tacked on a simple mode that, while may be fun, totally does not justify the price tag being at full price again. Or, you know, pack together 3 games that are lazily packed together and charge full price for that. Nintendo, the masters of... But how can we charge full price for this again? Fuck Nintendo. Nintendo, not everything... Your games might be good, but they're not fucking gold-plated, so lower their fucking prices down then. First-party Nintendo games piss me off on their pricing, generally speaking. They never once think to themselves, well, we're re-releasing all the games, so let's lower the price down to 30. They never think that. They never fucking do that. In most markets, if something is old and being re-released again, that you don't pay this, you don't charge the same fucking price you did in the first place. That's not generally how that works. It just really upsets me when they do that. At least when it came to, like, Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask for 3DS, I can understand those being full price. Though for a 3DS game, they weren't even that bad. I think 3DS games released at 40 generally. But I can understand those releasing for more, because they're not just, we released an old game. They're, hey, we completely, like, remastered all the graphics. This looks like a complete, you know, re-release that is not just, like, a complete update, you know? Those games made sense, but then after a while Nintendo realized, wait, we don't need to completely remake the game and make it look really nice for modern consoles. We can just kind of like release the game and like tack on some shit mode, and people will buy it full price again, so we don't even have to try. It's like, fuck you, Nintendo. Star Fox 3D was even pretty good, if I recall. Star Fox 64 3D. Can't remember much about that one. You saw Diamond Pearl in stores for a full 45 euros. That's... why? Also, what kind of stores? Like a used game store, or like a retail store selling it for new for some reason? $20 great hit style re-release? Really? Well, that's even better. Again, I have no problem with re-releasing old games, and I think it's actually a pretty good idea if you're like, okay, well, the Wii U didn't sell very well, so let's re-release this as a Switch game. That's fine, because I'm sure a lot of people missed it. So that's a good idea. That's a smart business decision. That being said, my only issue is not the fact they're re-releasing it, or even the fact they're re-releasing it with barely any new functions. That's fine, whatever. It's still a good game, technically. The problem is the price tag. I literally 100%ed everything in Super Mario 3D World. Literally everything with the card on the Wii U. So what fucking reason do I have to spend $60 to do that again or play Bowser's Fury? Like, that's not fucking, what's the fucking point? I'd be basically paying $60 for Bowser's Fury. And, well, yeah. Because I played it. I'm one of those weird people that actually owned a Wii U. So, at one point, a long time ago. I don't have it anymore, but... Oh, and then if you want to discuss virtual console stuff for Nintendo... They're shitty there too, because Nintendo, of course, works very hard to shut down ROM sites and stuff, which would make you think, okay, so you guys are going to release your own ROMs, right? And they do, kind of, but then they don't. for the most part. Tons and tons and tons of games they could release, but they don't. Sometimes it makes sense, like, okay, GoldenEye, sure, because Bond license, I get it, that would be messy, but, like, most games that doesn't really apply to. It's a damn shame. Because you think if they're going to be aggressively shutting down ROM sites, the least they could do is aggressively re-release the games as virtual console titles. But nope, that's not what... They don't really care about giving you guys the content, they just care about taking it away. Pokemon with loot boxes? I almost said Pokemon Go. Technically, there are microtransactions Pokemon Go. Does that kind of apply? There's some really nefarious microtransactions. Has anybody observed Pokemon Go and just realized that if somebody got really addicted to the game, they could be spending a lot of money on it? Like with the microtransactions. I played it in the past, and I recall, like, you have the usual shit that I hate to see in mobile games. Well, you have to wait for this, or you could spend money and get it fast, like, instantly. I think it was with the egg hatching or something. I can't remember exactly. I think the most nefarious and shitty thing that... I don't like Pokemon Go, really. I don't think it's bad, and in a way it's kind of interesting, but, like... Now that it's over-focused, it's caused problems. Such as how to complete your decks, you need to play Pokemon Go. That's stupid. Melton. Melton's adorable. I love the little guy, but... Why the fuck did they lock a Pokemon behind the mobile market? That doesn't really... It really is... It honestly is a testament to how Nintendo cares a little bit more about the mobile market at this point, I think. I mean, yeah, it makes some money. Pokemon Go makes a hell of a lot of bank. And I'm kind of disappointed it did. I actually blame part of Pokemon Sword and Shield's, well, really dumbed down casual kind of style to the fact of Pokemon Go's success. Guys, if Go hadn't been successful... then we wouldn't have had a huge influx of casual Pokemon fans. If we hadn't had an influx of casual Pokemon fans... Well, it seems like I'm the only one that finds Let's Go annoying, Pokemon Let's Go. Eevee and Pikachu. I guess they're inoffensive, but they also spoke to me a very clear testament that Nintendo really wanted to focus on those casual gamers, and I thought to myself, that's not good. You know the problem with a casual gamer? They don't really have any dedication. The only way you're going to get them to stick around is if you make things stupid. Like, make things really simple, grab them on a lowest common denominator sort of way. So if you start focusing on that as your audience target, you're going to dumb shit down for the people who actually care. And that's a problem. Hasn't Nintendo always been about going after the casual gamer? Oh, certainly with, like, the Wii U and stuff. But there was always a creativity with that. It was less about going for, like... Here's the difference. I guess they were always going for the casual gamer, but they were never going for the mobile gamer. Until recently. The casual gamer, that's fine, because they were always being very creative about it. I mean, I think we can all agree that Wii Sports Resort and stuff, pretty good games. Like, yeah, they're meant for casual gamers, but, like, they're well put together, enjoyable titles, I'd say. But... it's like, now it's like just, I feel like that creativity is getting lost a bit, because just gotta appeal that lowest common denominator, and there you go, that's your Pokemon Go audience. And I kind of, There's also that kind of aspect of, oh, okay, you're more interested in those guys that just joined in because you made a bandwagon mobile game that got people's attention. You're focusing on them. I get they're making a lot of money. I understand some focus them, but you're focusing on them over the people that have been with this fucking franchise for over 25 years. And just, I don't know, it just seems a little bit sus to me to do that. Like, what do your fans matter? Given how Nintendo treats its general customers, maybe the answer is not really that much. Don't get me wrong, Nintendo can make good titles, but they've always got this attitude of, we made this title the way you should play it. We didn't make it based on your specification, we made it on ours because we know what we're doing and we know what you need to play. That's always kind of Nintendo's attitude. Like, we know what you want to play. No, stop talking. We know this already. We know what you want. No, don't tell us. We don't want to listen to you. That's kind of the attitude I get from Nintendo. I think they think they're so fucking awesome they don't even need to listen to their customers to know how to make a good game. And honestly, it's not true. Pokemon Masters, the game I can't even try out because I don't really have the tech for it. Not sure I would even be interested in checking it out, to be honest with you. Oh. His eye color is the same as his wing color. That kind of annoys me. But honestly, I just think focusing on the mobile market, the mobile market focus on the mobile game players and stuff. I'm not saying it's not profitable, but I am saying that I don't respect it. Sure, it's okay to, make a nice mobile game. I've seen some nice mobile games. Super Cat Tail's a good game. But, like, you're a fucking console and video game company. Get off the fucking phone stuff and focus back on what made you good. Branching out's fine, but not like this, where you're not even releasing stuff that really appeals to non-casual gamers anymore. Sometimes, at least that's what I feel like they're doing. And the Go wasn't a bad concept. And I'm pretty sure nobody knew that it was going to get as big as it did. But I don't know, man. It started rubbing me the wrong way after a while. This is mostly true about Nintendo, about Pokemon. They do still make the executive decisions and they put the money forward, though. That is worth remembering. Also, yeah, Charizard's arts are normally just the color of his wings, which I find incredibly boring, so I'm going to make them green. Because that's not incredibly boring. Actually, they're purple here. That's interesting. Actually, no, more gray. What are they here? The gray again? I can't tell. Is this gray? No, it is a gray-blue. That's an interesting shade. It's not quite the same as the wings. In fact, it's not anywhere near the wings color. If I saturate, you could see it's actually working off a different scale. I think I'll go with that. I think I'm okay with that. Yeah, it's desaturated purple, more or less. It still has blue in it, but... Okay, so... Yeah, that actually looks kind of good. Maybe I'll do the eye like that. I've not really done that style before, when I think about it. Let's try it out. So it follows the brow. Interesting. This is like... experimenting here. So how does that work? And then I add a little light at the top? Okay. Sort of like... Okay. I've never done an eye in this style. I'm just kind of experimenting. Kind of like it, but I need to mess with it a bit more. Also, perhaps using a off black would be better. Seemed to work here for them, so... something like... that. It's interesting. The style is interesting. Yeah, it is a... actually, you're right, it is kind of a Pokeball style, though I think there's a few ways I could do it, like... Oh, so I better just try the traditional style? So I'm just experimenting here. Okay, now I am looking at the camera. It's not... also looks wrong. I do like the shine location, though. That looks pretty good there. So the half Pokeball thing, I don't mind it, but where does it... I'm trying to understand it. It's definitely a different style of doing the black part, the pupil part. What do you think about Goodra? It's sticky and soft. I like it. What's weird is I kind of just like it like this, and I don't know why, because I never turn down a bit of pupil, normally. A germaphobe Goodra? That sounds kind of adorable, actually. Also kind of sounds existence is pain-ish. Tilting it kind of works. I'm not sure I like it, but it looks good too. I don't know. Running experiments here, guys. What do you guys think? What if I tilted this down a little bit, like that? I don't understand why it looks... if I like focus on it, I don't like it, but if I just let it exist, I like it. You know what I mean? It's like one of those things where if you focus on it, it looks different. I mean, I guess I could do it this way. I just realized something. Okay, that makes me like it more. I made the lines not sharp. I basically did waves, essentially. I think I like that more. Alright, I guess we'll use it then. Well, I see, you say that, Mig, but I immediately unsharpened the lines, so... Good night, Burner. Yeah, I think that works. Alright, next. Well, I guess let's worry about that tail flame. Which, I guess I'll just do red and make a flame and then put green in it. And this needs to go on top of everything. Why is there a red here? Oh, I remember why. Okay, let's see here. Alright, shuffle the music again. Sure. Fire's kind of a pain sometimes. Like, I need to burn in a consistent manner. Right, I should go for the slither shape, as I call it. Which is like, kind of like... It's kind of like... that. Just try to decide a shape I like. Yeah, you know what? I don't know, that one looks fun. Let's work off of that. Oh. I can have the reference up without blocking the... Cool. Alright. Doesn't actually matter how messy I make this look because it's all filled in. Oh yeah, as long as the resulting shape looks good. A Sandile after Aragon? I think he would like that a bit more. That'd probably be a decent choice. Honestly, let's just fill this in, and then I'll tweak. Thanks, Fall. You know, it really is funny, actually, I think about it. I got a bunch of hate today, and it was Valentine's. Well, was. It's 2 a.m. now, but... Why did people decide to hate me on Valentine's Day, of all things? I feel like that was just a cruel joke somebody planned out. Where do you live? Australia? No, not quite that far. Time difference isn't great enough. Oh wait, no, you're left of me. Right, that makes sense. Technically, Australia is left of me in a way. America! I like how you said that. Oh, should have added a fuck yeah at the end or something with that caps lock. Okay. Okay, now that I filled that in, let's continue working. Nah, it looks like fur or something. Team Rocket song. But is it the one where they laugh? I don't think so. That was the one. Okay, I'm digging how I curved that. Fire is a very weird thing to draw. This is still not the song I'm looking for, though. There's a better one. I think it's this version. I'll turn it up because it's so quiet. I just call this song Team Rocket repeatedly find some really shiny pennies on the ground.
Let's go. All right.
Keep it up.
You can't say I'm wrong.
That's right. Meow. All right. That's right.
I like how it's like it's battle music with them, but it's like they're nefariously fighting quarters on the ground. It's like, okay.
All right.
Keep it up.
Candy. Ooh, piece of candy.
That's right. Meow. All right.
The absolutely hokey piano makes it work.
That's right.
I love it. Such a dumb good song.
Let's go.
So just debating here. That looks pretty good though. Alright, let's
All right.
push it down a bit.
Keep it up.
Sure.
That's
I
right.
don't wanna. No, I kind of dig it. Kind of digging it. I want to add a little more detail though. Aside from the yellow, I mean, which I'll be adding to. Ooh. Ah. Forgot about the super smooth remix of Splash Woman. The gourmet food with 9 tails. I don't see that one. That sounds really amusing. had to contemplate for a second. I'm like, you know what? This boy. I move him. Need more space. For this. What is this from? I don't recognize this one. So let me... There we go. Readjust the volume. Interesting episode I don't remember. I'm liking this flame I did. Kind of. This guy back over. Oh, not that one. But like there, I'm thinking. This looks stupid though. Amsterdam, huh? Song has an unnecessarily sharp percussive sound. I don't like it. And now it sounds like Doom. That does sound like Boom is a bad thing, but that percussive sound is really annoying me. I'm a fill-in. I feel this is an acceptable flame. I'm satisfied. Let's add some yellow then. Oh! Derp, I forgot something. Before the yellow. I didn't mess about the bottom of a flame is There's really no right way to do it, but I should differentiate the bottom of it a bit more, I think. Oh, it is a Jack Cheese Saga. I had a fillet. I almost feel like I can face the other way though. I'll just reposition it. That looks better. Just keep working on it until I like it again. But simply. Ah, yes, that makes sense. Kind of like it better with a smoother base, but let's see if I can. I think I prefer it. I don't know, guys. What do you think? What base looks better? When it's all wobbly at the bottom or when it's just nice and round? I kind of like nice and round. Yeah, that's true. It does kind of adapt well to the belly that way, too. Also just works better for the tail, so... Righto! Thanks for the opinion. Now... I don't really understand what this fire is doing coming to the very top like that in this picture over here. It's very weird. But here's how I would do fire colors. You want to be kind of irregular with it. That's important. It needs to follow kind of a guideline, but at the same time it needs to totally do its own thing too. So like if I demonstrated just some random lines. I were to if I were to fill that in, it would look pretty good. I think. That actually went that went very smoothly actually out of those lights. If I just fill that in, it'll look pretty good. I might do something at the bottom, I'm thinking, but we got it technically on the actual XSplit clock. We have an hour left, but probably a little longer than that. But unless cell shading proves difficult for me because I haven't done it in a while, we should be well along the way here on this one. I am not worried about our time. I'll say that much. Because you're right, we did have a delay as well, which I didn't actually even consider. What is this from? Oh, Rockman ZX. Okay, that makes sense. Sounds like something else. Fortunately, to what you just said, fortunately, I can easily which actually helps me in two ways. Because I actually want to make it a bit thinner there anyways. It's, then so encourage a bit more of a curve. There. I'm fairly happy with that. I don't think I really need to do much more of it. Oh, for fun? Could be. It's actually one of the better flames I've tried. I kind of like the style I did it in. There we go. Oh, derp. There we are. So if Charlotte Fire would have caused her tail fin to explode slightly, possibly. Flare up, perhaps? Not really explode. It's too open air for explosions. Okay. What is this from? I don't remember. I like it though. It's from a Mega Man fan game. Okay, there we go. Okay. Decided to mess with the eye color a bit. Alright. Now. It's from... which game is this? Oh, this is from Mega Man Time Tangent. Could be inspired by an anime though too. Okay. Okay, so he wants... He didn't really specify how much shading he wants, but... After thinking about it. I'ma cap the head. One thing at a time, this will be better this way. Actually, the most complex shade's probably on this head, so... After that, it gets a little simpler. Okay, there we go. The wings are actually pretty simple because of how official anime shading on those wings works. So they're actually going to be pretty easy. The orange part's completely ignored on the wings. Makes sense, they're up high, it makes sense, you can skip them. So it really just comes down to the membranes. Aww. Thanks, Cryptic. One problem with cell shading, unlike my normal shading style, it's a little more, what's the word, exact, though I think I've learned a trick with it. I haven't done it in a while, but I've picked up a few things while shading to realize that when it comes to shading, don't worry about being too careful. That actually gets you tripped up. You want to be a bit sloppy with it. It's weird. Shading actually works well if you're a little bit inexact with it. I believe this logic can still apply to cell shading, though you have to be more exact with cell shading. That being said, I still think you can be a bit reckless with it. Kind of debating doing this, but... I don't know, just thinking. Because of a very intense glare, I think it's a little much. Well, kind of works to the left eye. Okay, sure. I guess that would imply that all I need to do okay. I think I get it. That, right? How's that look? I mean... it's unusual for me, but I think it works. What do you guys think? cell shading is just shading without... Cell shading is... Most of my shading has a blurred effect. It's very gradient. Cell shading has no gradient. No gradient on cell shading. In other words, it is as sharp as a normal line. That is what cell shading is. I wonder if this would overkill the look. Only one way to find out. Yeah, I don't know if that doesn't quite work. We'll skip that. Instead, we'll come around and put a little... Yeah, right there, actually. Okay, I'd like to figure out the chin now. Probably something like that. Yeah, sure. Yeah, the cell shade isn't that hard. It's actually kind of enjoyable. I was actually pondering. This is actually... I'm kind of glad he asked for cell shading, because I've been pondering, like, maybe I should try some more cell shading, and I never did it. So this is forcing me to do it, and I kind of appreciate that. So I haven't done cell shading. I used to. At one point I did cell shading, a long time ago, before I was... Back when I wasn't so confident with shading, actually. I did cell shading. I did it because I was more confident with it, because it was more straightforward. Ironically, I think it was actually maybe not that different. Like, the mechanics of shading are the same between both, basically. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Obviously, for the reason I did the nostrils. Let's put a little snoot shading on. Also, if I wanted to, I'm not so sure about here. But first, this, yes. There. I like the face shading because it does make it more intense. And he's got an intense expression, so it only makes sense. Right. Shading can also be very useful for drawing lines where there should not be lines. For instance, the head horn here and head are kind of separate from each other, but also connected, so their lines are not met. But if I did this... as you can see, that looks very nice. Or nice enough, at least. So shade can be very useful for adding lines where you don't have any lines. Oh, this one needs to be more shallow. There we go. Yeah, I picked up a few things involving shading. I'm pretty happy with this. This looks pretty good. Also, the reason shading here doesn't really work is because the cheeks are actually clinched upwards, so they'd actually be catching some light. If anything, they'd be shading like down here. But if I do that, it looks like he has more paint, so I'm not doing it. That is a comfy amount of shading for the head. I like that. Oh, by the way, that trick I use can also be used in situations where there's like a heavy shoulder going on. So that's how I do this here. Also, it's hard to tell, but I actually took the selection and inverted it. So now I'm selecting everything but the head. So now we can play around with. Honestly, the best thing to do is just draw a ton of shading and then delete it. It's easier to draw a bunch of shading more than you need and then erase until it looks good than it is to draw in the shading until it looks good. It also kind of lets you experiment. So here I don't think a darkness line works here. So I'll probably just definitely put some here under the stretch line. And we could probably draw a line following the chin, and then curve it at the end. Yeah, that seems functional. Maybe that's a little too bold up here, though. Let's back a bit. There we go. Shading too lightly is easy to do if you're not confident with your line work. Thinking about it, the shading would be pretty subtle over here. You can have a little bit of it, but it probably should just go like that. Even that might not be subtle enough. Could go down all the way though. Let's see if that looks good. No, that's fine. Probably should do some on the upper part, though. That would probably help a bit. Like this. There, perfect. Now that line looks less jarring, by far. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Okay. Cell shading is really about picking and choosing where you want to shade. Since you're using harsh lines, you can't do it everywhere you would do normal shading. Like for instance, that's a good spot. A little bit there. Another good spot would be... Actually, I might just redo this wing part in a minute. Good. Good night, Chris. I will say Shade's way easier in scales. Stick to lizards if you want to practice shading. I think that's something I would recommend. Ow. Okay, that's enough. Thank you. Right, what was I doing next? Oh yeah. Maybe if I wanted to curve it like that. No. Yeah, well, no, actually does kind of make sense that way. Yeah, that does make a little more sense if I curve it there. Okay. Again, don't worry if something isn't perfect when you're shading. This applies to cell shading too, I'm pretty sure. I'm practicing that theory. Cell shading is more exact, so it will it makes more of a prominent expression. So while it's not as simple to put down as it's easier to put down than a gradient shading, but gradient shading has more flub room. So while gradient shading may take you a little longer to put down, it also doesn't have to be put as precisely down. Cell shading requires more precision. That being said, it's still shading, so there should still be some leeway with it. Oh, it's Vectorman music, yeah. Alright. Good soundtrack, good game. Game nobody plays, but I like it. It's good. Giant bulgy belly definitely will cause some shading. Plus the underarms, so I have to say I think I shade most of this area. Let's see. Yeah, that's good. I think what I'm learning with shell shading is dial it back, like don't make it super thick, and you're dribbling fine. Yeah, like that. You're not just make it a point to never make your shading line super thick, I guess. And I think you'll generally be a-okay. Okay, claw time. Or, well, hands time. Which, granted, as hard as hands are to draw, this should be fairly straightforward. Almost as straightforward as realizing you made a mistake and you can fix it. There we go. the wings bled in too much. Alright, yeah, so. Ah, Bomberman Hero! Love this. It's the best. Honestly, it's my favorite Bomberman soundtrack. Bomberman Hero. Just such a vibe, man. I just realized something. How did I miss that? Oh well. There's a problem. And I just noticed it. I never drew a line there. Silly me. Now it's there, so we're fine. Yeah, they needed a line. Pretty simple. Actually, it was very easy to fix, so no biggie. Oh, density. There we go. Yep. Well, this is working out quite well, honestly. Whoops. Well, I randomly switched the wrong tool anyways. Alright, there, and then...
Ooh, I love a good battle.
Actually, wait, that doesn't make any sense. There's no shading over there. Not unless you go close to the neck. Speaking of the neck, I forgot.
That's right.
It should be like that. I'm sorry, is that American music? I'm pretty sure it is. No, wait.
I love a good battle.
Da, 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 da. Wait, is that wedding music? I'm glad that Team Rocket are getting married.
Keep it up.
Why is there a wedding song in this game? I don't...
Ooh, I love a good battle.
I like how Jesse's here like, I'm at a wedding. I love a good battle. I mean, granted, in the Pokemon-verse, I bet people do battle at weddings.
Ooh, keep it up.
That is indeed the name of it. At least James is very supportive of the wedding. He's like, whoa, keep it up. Yeah, get married, do it.
Ooh, I love a good battle.
If I had played Pokemon Puzzle League Challenge, maybe I would know why there's wedding music. As it stands, I don't.
Ooh, I love a good battle.
Oh. Was as simple as that. That looks fine, actually. Okay, cool. Thanks, Meow. Thanks for verifying. It's like, was it as simple as that? That's right! It's like, thanks, Meow. I wasn't sure. Ah! Eternal Sonata music. I mean, pancakes are a nice commodity to have in hand. I agree. It's really interesting to do Cell Shane again. May have already said that earlier, but I'm saying it again. It's really interesting. Also, at some point I stopped selecting anything. That's fine. I can work off this way. Just to confirm something. I mean... I like a little bit. I like a little bit of light down there. I don't know. Realizing I wanted to shape this differently. That's all. Without looking out of place, though, that'd be ideal. If I slowly curve it. Yeah? Nah, this still looks weird. Alright. Let's leave it like that then. Okay, moving on. Meowth was from the song. That's well, I can't actually do a Meowth impression. I was like about to tip. I was like, wait a minute, I can't do it though. Well, that's right. I don't know, I can't. Not really. If I immediately hear Meowth, I can kind of impersonate him, but I've already kind of forgotten how to do it. Yeah, that's right. No, I can't. No, I might have slowly turned to Tucker doing that. Kind of. It's an odd voice, though. Yeah. That's right. I'm so glad I've come to the point where I can go like, that's not a perfect shading line, but I also don't care. I mean, I do care, but not to the point where I obsess. Which is nice. It's nice to not obsess. Using points to make Tucker recite the full Team Rocket joke. Not right now, but maybe save it for Poke Roll. Or something if you want. It's too tired for it right now. Down, down, da 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 da. This is definitely the best Mega Man intro stage song, in my opinion. Mega Man and Bass's intro museum stage, if you're wondering. I don't know, I just really dig this song. The cat team suddenly shows up. Tucker is made to say Team Rocket intro at them. That's a Team Cheer variation of the Team Rocket logo. Or song, perhaps. There we go. That's good. Just running some tests here. Thanks. I do not like this, though. I'm going to reverse it. I think that's closest to be enjoyable at this point. Maybe a little bit back. Probably about there. This song annoys me. It's so random and doesn't sound good. Alright, there. That's better. Something nice. Shade's too thick. A surprising statement for me to say about a picture like this. But, remember what I said earlier. Let's keep it subtle. And generally things work out. In the case of this, I think I know what I need to do. Keep it thin like this. Then, that looks weird too, though. Alright, it's fine. How about that? No. This part here is being aggressive. I think it needs to be thicker, but then I thicken it, it looks weird, so it's a balancing act, I suppose. It really does encourage me. Hi there, Kaiser. Time, mainly. No resource too many people take for granted. Okay, fine. Fine, fine. You win, Shading. You get to have more. To be fair, this would actually work thicker, probably. Basically, I feel like it's not going to be nice looking unless I fill in this whole area. Like so. Yeah, I'll probably look fine when I shade the once I shade the belly area. Dogs, find the dogs? Oh, you mean Escape for Puppy Death Factory? Yes. Tucker plays Escape from Puppy Death Factory does sound a bit mimetically. The idea of Tucker plays where he just plays a game, and I just use his voice the whole time. And I let him do it basically. That does sound amusing. Honestly, with the extreme shade I did over here, though, I kind of need to do the same over on this other foot, so... Let me just... Like, it's now it's all like, well, I gotta balance it out now, so... Good song. Let's switch that up. Oh. The poker rolls. Experimentation. Oh, so that person come by just to ask me a question about FA and then leave. That's odd. It was really weird to just start your conversation with random question. And then just like, I'm gone now. Like, what? Okay. I guess you could say that, yeah. Those feet look okay. The left one, the one on the left side is really perplexing me a bit. Cell shading's a bit odd when it comes to certain things. Like, I can't dial it back because then it looks weird a different way, so... Oh. That looks better. Alright, I took it. I gotta take that. Yeah, well, mine's not that long ago, but it is... Like, thanks to that one game drive, it's like a year ago, but... I have been pretty inactive on it, admittedly. Nah, that looks dumb. Just double checking that it looked dumb. I assumed it looked dumb, but I wanted to make sure. Speaking of dumb, what would be dumb here? There. Don't want too much there because it's not... Well, it'll make more sense in a minute, but... Right, that's the orange done. Well, mostly. Isn't this the Mega Man X song? Yeah, the LP stage. There. Just a little axe at the bottom of these. There we go. Oh, the cop kid. Okay. Now orange is done. Next is cream, which is space taking up but straightforward. Here's another trick when you're working between different colors. So I drew the shading there. Treat shading like a connect the dots puzzle. Try doing something like this whenever you have a connection point. Check out how it looks good like that looks, because it looks natural. It looks like it's like the shadowing is going off of the it's going off the same point. So whenever you're working between colors and there's some shading lines that touch another color, try to combine them if possible. For instance, here too. I would be shading this section anyways, but since there's a shade line right there, I will curve up into it and I will connect to it like that. Basically, if you have like this, you always want to do this, or if you have, you know, this, then you want to do this. Just create a little seagull with whatever you're doing. singles that's upside down. This is a single. But speaking of webcomics, I can't find an old webcomic that Caleb loved to insert. There's an old webcomic that Caleb adored. I've never been able to find it again. All I know is that it involved a bunch of multicolored, like there's a red one, a green one, and a yellow one, and there's all dragon whelps. Little young dragons. With these big eyes, and they had shenanigans and adventures, and I don't know what this comic was. I just know there's multicolored baby dragons in a, and I don't remember the other webcomic. I've never found it again. I would like to find it again. I like how this visual of like how their eye style was. It was like really big and kind of just they were like, it's like their face was, their eyes are just real big, and there's like a little shine in it, and that's it. I'm not doing a great job demonstrating, but pretend that's shine, and it's like, they were like, you know, just big eyes, and then they have like orange stuff. Okay. I wonder what it was. They were not fluffy, they were scaly. I might or might not want to connect these. They might look better without connections. I could have sworn that was a Yumi Nikki song first, but then I realized, no, it just sounds very similar to a Yumi Nikki song. Interesting, actually, that it does. I think I'm good not connecting these. Kind of sound like the same music. Yeah, I think that looks nice. Okay, so I'm feeling as if this whole area down here is going to be shaded in. And then kind of do something like this. The shade has to abruptly cut off though, because of the flame. But still. Confused by this song. It started off with Star Trek sounds. Don't think I didn't recognize those. Alright, so what are we doing here? If anything should have the boldest shading here, it's definitely this belly. It's really the question of how far do I want to dial up the shading, basically. I feel like 3/4 is about good, maybe. I'm actually trying to shade more than I need, because it's easier. Again, it's one of those cases where it's easier to cut out shading than it is to add it, as far as getting smooth lines and stuff. Definitely should get a nice curve going, I think. Yeah, boy, time flew. Well, for you it did, at least. For me, it kind of did, and kind of also... Since this was a bad day, it didn't really fly for me exactly. I like it a little lower. Okay, that feels about right. It's a very weird song. Uh-oh. It's alright, Blink. It's alright. Did I indeed have a delay time at the beginning of my stream? And how long was it? Like, after we... No, I didn't have to mess with encoding today, did I? Did I? I didn't, like, restart the stream. At any point, did I? Is it a question for the sake of knowing how much time I got? Pretty sure I haven't been drawing for 12 hours. Pretty sure I've been drawing for 11? 10? I'll check. Well, I know I have at least an hour 20. I checked real fast. So I'm fine. How do I want to do this? It's always the giant shading lines that like make me go like, I have to consider how I want to do it. The right side looks good. Left side, I don't know. Maybe up more? Maybe not. Actually, I do kind of like it going down. Let's try this. The link to what? Oh, share it with me. Sure. I'd be very impressed if you found it. Because I tried before and I couldn't. Suki. Suki? Nope. Too toony. Their eyes were not white. They were actually like, Good idea, boy. their eyes were like... I don't know, they had big eyes, so... They were like, So you had like, you know, dragon, whatever. And there's a head shape. So it was like, here's a red dragon, right? And they were red. And they were just red, for the most part. I think they had maybe a belly scale color or something, but... yeah, more or less just red. And I feel like their eyes were like... Their eyes were like done in kind of like, oh, say amber. And there's just a big old amber thing with like some shading usually. And then some ice shine. And that's their eye style. It wasn't like toony, it was like that. Kind of animalistic, I guess. It's like it's a kind of a feral art style, I suppose. Yeah. But that's not. Tisk. Tisk. I know why this doesn't work. Why I don't like how this looks. It's actually very simple. Flames on the right side. The high point of the shading would be on the left, not the right. In other words, what I did is good, but it needs to be flipped. And then I found the reason. I found the solution, you could say. Yeah, so if we do something like this, which I'm going to have to rework still, but... eventually we can comfortably meet that with the orange bit over there. Which gives me a good kind of guideline. Right shade, wrong placement, basically, yeah. Sometimes it's really easy to miss obvious things like that. It's a good Wily Machine fight. This is for a fan game that never came out. It's good file busting. Up a little too high. Maybe not. Ah, there we go. That's better. It's just one line, but again, it's a huge line, so it's hard mode for me. Yeah, this is from... Right, this is from Mega Man 11, which was a game that was being made before there was actually a big metal oven. Here's the main boss, dude. Again, good song. Hi, Tomb. As a side, I'm going to bring this up a bit. And bring this out a bit, too. Bold and aggressive. There we go. Perfect. It's a hard line to draw, but I think I've managed it. See, this is where cell shading becomes a detriment. Big areas like this. If I was doing traditional shading, I would have been done by now. However, what do you think? Is that belly shading looking solid? I feel like it's fine. Also, thank you. All right, cool. If that belly line looks good to you guys, I will move to the next step. All right, so next we got wings, and wings have a weird property because the shading inverts for some reason on the wings. I kind of get it because they're thin membranes, so they're affected by the, well, edges. So you want to fill them in above. So I get it to some degree. That being said, I did a pretty good job in this. I wish I hadn't had to throw away the old belly lines, but to be fair, I made this look pretty good too. So I guess I could just chalk this up to working within a limitation, which can breed skill and creativity in its own right, I suppose. Let's see here. Let's actually make it wider over here. Okay, I'll do the same. Seems like it's okay to be a bit aggressive with the shading of what I'm doing here. To be fair, with the wings so spread out, there should be a fair amount of shading being cast. Or shadowing, rather. Maybe curve this down here, too. I like that. Let's see. I guess there's something to be said for the simplicity of the current belly, though. I still gave it the proper heft, if less detailed the process. Gotta be like a curving, actually. I was gonna fix that, but then I was like, no, I'll keep it. Well, thank you, Tomb. This is actually an original project and also a commission. Maybe been a long stream. But nonetheless, the fact that I could do line work and also simple coloring and shading all in one session? Odd. I have gotten faster with my collab projects, but I didn't think that would really affect my line speed. It kind of did, though. Like, yeah, this project took me a while, but for me, it's actually fairly efficient. Yeah, I'm actually not gonna... I know it's above a flame, but just for the sake of style, I think that this wing should be still shaded the same as the other. It's uniformity over... In this case, uniformity over sense. Sense would say that I would not put much shading over here because of that flame, but... You may notice that that doesn't really stop the cell shaders of the official art. And that's because the flame casting light in that situation would actually make the picture look worse. So, selective choices. Oh yeah, Fox, I wouldn't be surprised if it's just gone. It was on its own personal site, it wasn't on Deviant or anything. It was old, man, it was before DeviantArt. It was back in the day of that 8-bit comic, the 8-bit Final Fantasy 1 comic that I'm sure a lot of people know about. It's a little bit more famous. It was in the days of that comic being, like, new. 8-bit was it 8-bit Theater? Yeah. It was 8-bit Theater era, this webcomic. So it had its own site like 8-bit Theater did. This mysterious comic storing a bunch of primary colored, multiple color, single color baby dragons with these big amber eyes with kind of a realistic style to the eyes, and they had adventures and were adorable. And there's a comic that Caleb read a long time ago. Would like to find it again. Not sure if I'll ever find it again, though. I feel like it was fairly popular for its time, and it was well drawn, so it probably had somewhat of a following. Eight-bit Theater old, that's basically the best I can give you. Lizard Ralph would tuck early with Charizard colors. That is my old Charmeleon self, actually. With a boorish belly swinging around. It's very adorable. I would love to get an animation like that for my Shadowk self. Just a very happy dog trot with a vor belly would be pretty solid. I would enjoy that. Well, you can always look up 8-bit Theater if you're curious. I'm sure it's still chronicled somewhere. And yes, I am trying to shade this. I don't know if it's... Is this something I'm supposed to do? I'm not sure. Let's just throw a line in there and see how it looks. feel like that's good. Maybe if it's just really fed. Like... I feel like I'm a bit thicker. 8-bit sites still exists? Interesting. I kinda like that. I kinda like how that... I don't really know what I did there, but I kinda like what I did there. So I'll just keep it like that. Okay. Right, claws. I don't really know what I did with the wing middles, but it looks nice, so I'll keep it. Actually, hold on. Just like to try something. Maybe. Call it a theory. If I cut it down just a certain way, it might look a little bit better. I'm not sure though. I'm zooming out because it gives me a better overview. Yeah, that does actually help. Cell shade should never be too prominent. Which is why I figured I'd do a little adjustment and see what it looked like. It's a serious face. I don't typically do serious faces, but it worked. A lot of deliberation with this. I think it's important that we make sure that that shade doesn't go too high, because then it doesn't make sense. Why would you have shade on top of the belly, you know? There, that's about as far as I'm comfortable going with it. I think that looks good. Alright. Never, ever, ever put shade on top of a character unless you got some insane floor lighting going on. Floor lighting will generally cast shadows on top of objects, but outside of that, you don't want to put shadows on top of things. Well, shout us. Hello. Yes, 12 hours. Mainly the first hour and a half or so we're setting up. And not actually streaming, but... Well, I think I earned my commission money on this one. I went a little bit beyond with the shading. Not that I mind that I did, because it was fun. Alright, so I'm not really sure what exactly my shading strategy is with the nails here, but it works. It's kind of this weird, like, loop-de-doop thing I'm doing. And I don't know why. Hey, as long as it looks good. It's pretty subtle. I realize this is not the brightest shading of the claws. Honestly, it's hard to see gray. Gray on white is hard to see. But the shade still matters, even if it's hard to see. Okay, let's see. Good. My cliche is bizarre, but it does work. So, I'll take it. I'm gonna make it a bit bolder. It's kind of still kind of hard to see. That's better. Well, I could see it better. I could adjust it better. Alright, good enough. Right. Okay. Oh yeah. I would be remiss not to add. Yeah. The one point I'm not gonna do. Well, actually, I could still do. Could still technically do this with cell shading. I was gonna switch it off to not cell shading. But nah, I'd rather cell shade that. Or at the very least. It needs a little more adjustment though. There. Lower it down a bit. And look. The lighter. The options. I think I'll take lighter. Good. Makes them pop nicely. Right. Oh yeah, you. I'm surprised by you. Yeah, I think that should be a bit more vibrant. Same with And it just feels kind of weird to not have the flame doing something. So I'll throw in a little bonus cell shading, where instead of going darker, going, let's say that, maybe? Also, shuffle. There we go. Yeah, it's used enough. I'm gonna have to be a bit clever here, but basically, there. All of these you don't know, so you see me put in really amazing. Thank you so much, Tube. I'm sorry I'm not really reacting too much. Today's been a hard day for me, so I'm a little quiet, but I appreciate that. It's subtle, but I think I like it. Ah, yeah, this sucks. Okay. It's subtle, but I like it. I need to make sure that the flame doesn't glow in the background or anything, because this guy, he wants the background to be like transparent / black / not. He needs it empty. So the flame can't glow on the background, meaning that there's no place for the flame to glow. So I figured I'll let it glow on the tail a little bit. Okay. I think I want to saturate that more, but not to max, because that would look weird. Just like a little bit more. Like, see that? That looks better. It matches the vibrant colors better when I do that. It's weird. Oh, I didn't actually... I matched the flame color wrong. That's why I was thinking like this doesn't feel right. Because I didn't actually do the right color. This is the right color. What is the right color? Oh god. Hold on a second. Ah, so that's the right color, huh? What about for the flame? Interesting, that's rather dark actually. I think that looks comfy too. Let's try lightening that. Just a little bit. I kind of like what I had before. Yeah, I feel like that's good. It doesn't feel too loud, but at the same time, it feels like it should glow. That's the thing. If you draw a flame of like pure red, yeah, it'll look like it's glowing, but it'll also be kind of fucking distracting for the other details of the picture. So you kind of want to play with it. You don't want it to be like the most vibrant red, but you do want it to have some vibrancy at the same time. So I think that will do. Under the Ryan Pizza, really interesting song name. Final Fantasy VII. It is Under the Ryan Pizza. Slums underneath the giant plate where all the elites live. Well, I won't be sharing this with you guys. Well, yeah, there will not be a link provided to the finished picture this time because, at least not right away. But actually, probably not at all because this is a commission, so you guys can enjoy it like this. Let me give this a save. Yeah, that I think that took I'm gonna say that took about 10 hours to work on. Which I'll take that. From blank canvas to finished picture, 10 hours. Yeah, I'm down for that. I think I could do a lot worse. Alright, where's my... I haven't dug into my commissions folder in such a long time. It's been a while. Oh, you know, this is silly, but there's one more thing I need to do. Oh god, not that. What the fuck? What? That's different. That's a interesting outcome. Huh. That random red color really reacted oddly. I'll just delete that. I don't really need it. One thing I wanted to do, though. I want to put everything in a set. Whoops. I accidentally was trying to type... You ever try to type a file name to something, but then it turns out you're not in the text entry field, and then you just hit a million commands for your whatever program you're in? Am I alone, or has other people done that? Because I've done that all the time. I was just trying to name a file, and it's like, oh, okay, everything needs to explode now, because I wasn't actually... I hate that. And then sometimes you don't even know what you did. And simply repeating the same keys doesn't fix it. So you're like, I like how I actually randomly picked a canvas and then turned out to be the right size, like pretty much the perfect size for what I was doing. Alright, cool. I've done that on my, my phone? I've done that with my phone too. Feel you there. Oh, actually, yeah, that's right. I gotta save 3 versions of this file. One version that has a bunch of, like, watermarks over it. Because he hasn't fully paid for the picture yet. He's half paid. So I need to wait till he full pays before I give him the full, but I can give him a watermarked preview. So I will do that. I'll shrink it down too. But before I do that, let me go ahead and prep the actual files I'm going to give them later. Also, that's not because of a case of distrust or anything. That's just a normal practice. It lets people see the file and make sure they like it. But I really hope he does. I hope I don't have to come back to this, but if I do, I'll just do it midweek or something and just finish it up. Hopefully he likes it all, though. Let's see. Mattel's having a good time. Right. There's one downside to Paint Tool Psi. Ah, okay, you know what? Screw it. Let me, go do this. Hold on. One downside to Paint Tool Psi is that it doesn't know how to save things as a transparency, which means that if I want a transparent background for something, like in this case, I need to save a PSD and then open that PSD, as you guys see. No, stop flashing! I wasn't trying to open my signature, right? That. No, not that one. Oh my god, hold on. Yes, that. Do that. Eventually, I'll open the right file. Alright, there. Okay. Now that we've done that, okay. Technology sucks sometimes. So he wanted one with a transparent background. Well, no, he didn't ask for one with a transparent background specifically, but I'm going to give him one in addition to what he asked for, which was this. He wanted one with a black background. I'm not sure if he really would benefit more from a black background than just a transparent background where you can do anything you want with the transparent background, but I'll say one of each version. And, there. Okay. And then I guess I'll just, like, obnoxiously write all over it or something. There we go. And then, like... there. He's got a face on his belly. Okay, that looks pretty good. Like, I made it slightly transparent so I could still see around it if you needed to, like, inspect how I did something, but not so transparent that it would just be skippable, like, stealable. Not that I think you're gonna steal it, but this is just a good practice. There we go! I made an annoying filter. Let's save it. Belly face. You know, some artists work with this sort of preview thing up the entire stream so that their commissioner cannot, like, print screen and steal it that way. So that would be a low-quality version. I don't know why anybody would bother. But some artists do that. I don't think that's necessary, but yeah, that's the thing. Okay, so not only am I going to give him a preview image, but I'm also going to shrink it down. So he'll get the full size when, you know. Let's cut it into half. Let's do an 800 by 600. There we go. That's pretty good. That's full size right there. Full size for the shrink down I've done, I mean. Which I think looks good. Okay. But still, this is worth the money. I've already been half paid, so I don't think the guy is going to steal from me. It would be really weird to pay for half of the picture when it's an amount like we agreed upon, and then not pay the other half. It's like, it's kind of odd. Like, I see the, like, there is a logical, like, oh yeah, you could get it for half price if you cheated, but no. Guy was on the stream and stuff. Nobody's planning on stealing something would be so, well, public about it, about being you know, because he showed up for the stream, he hung out. If he stole from me, everybody would know who he is, so I don't think that's ever going to happen. Alright, I saved this small preview fella. And I guess I'll keep the watermark around and just save this. Okay, I'm not officially saying this project's done until I get his approval. But he can approve it before he pays me, so that would be... I'll just throw it at him and see what he thinks. Honestly, I'm rather thankful for him to agree to my price. I did charge a bit for this because I'm not exactly open for commissions. But I did want to do the line practice, and I'm glad I did, because that worked out pretty well. So again, let's compare it to the original... Not that. Let's compare it to the original and see how much I changed it. I'm kind of curious. So... Here's our original. I mean, I definitely used the pose, but it definitely feels good to have done it my way. He wanted the same pose, so that's, you know, legit. Thank you, Unbelf. Honestly, working off of anime cells is a lot of fun. I want to do that to practice line work and do pictures for a while. And eventually, maybe I won't need the cells to help me out, but... Dude, thank you. Well, YouTube, I hope you enjoyed that. Kind of a journey today, where I had a bad start to the day, got a little peppier, got depressed again, then got more motivated again. This picture was a journey, but unless the commissioner needs any changes, which I imagine would be easy enough to do at this point, this picture's done. So, I hope you guys enjoyed that, and come by next Sunday for other fat things, probably. So this wasn't actually fat. This was Big belly. Inflation. Something like that.